Blessed good morning, honorable members, and those under the sound of my voice. It is indeed a joy to be back with you after a brief hiatus dealing with a family matter. In our Moments of Impact devotional segment, I'll be sharing a message today entitled, We Are Well Able to Overcome It. The Bahamas, like many other nations around the world, has its fair share of challenges. However, despite the challenges we face as a nation, we must never give up or give in to the temptation to be negative and speak doom and gloom over ourselves. Proverbs chapter 18, verse 21 says, There is death and life in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. I recall a biblical story in the book of Numbers chapter 13 where God instructed Moses to choose 12 leaders to go out and spy the land of Canaan, which he had given to them. The 12 spies went, and 10 came back and said, We entered the land you sent us to explore, and indeed, it's a beautiful country, a land flowing with milk and honey. Here is the kind of fruit it produces. But the people living there, they are powerful, and their towns are large and fortified. We even saw giants there, the descendants of Anak. The 10 spies were basically saying, We are not able to possess the land you gave us because of what and who is on the land. They were confessing their defeat and saying the people were stronger than they were, and that the land they traveled through, explored, will devour them if anyone goes there. They even said, We were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so were we in their sight. But Caleb and Joshua, on the other hand, said, Despite the challenges on the land, let us go up at once and possess it. With God's help, we are well able to overcome it. Caleb and Joshua didn't speak doom and gloom. Caleb and Joshua made positive confessions. Caleb and Joshua said, We can conquer whatever is in our path. What's interesting about this story is they all saw the same thing, but their responses were different. Life is all about perspectives. In conclusion, I want to encourage every citizen of this great nation to be like Caleb and Joshua and speak positive words over our nation. Despite our challenges, despite our deficiencies, despite our shortcomings, let's not jump on the doom and gloom bandwagon and utter words of negativity, fear, doubt, and dismay. Instead, let us all declare we are well able to overcome it. We are well able to overcome every challenge our nation is facing, be it geopolitical, be it social, be it economical, be it climatological, or spiritual. We are well able to overcome it with the help of Almighty God. I leave you with this final thought today. Never allow what you see to dictate what you say. Instead, allow what you say to dictate what you see. Selah. Think and act on these things. Let us pray. Our gracious and eternal Father, we praise and we exalt your name, for you are God, and besides you there is none other. We lift up your name today, and we declare that you are great and you are mighty. We pray for your continued intervention as we navigate through the myriad of challenges we face as a nation. Oh Lord, we humble ourselves and we acknowledge that the challenges we are facing is greater than our human capacity and strength. Oh Lord, our eyes are upon you. And so today, we boldly declare that with you, we are able to overcome every challenge. You said in your word, whatever we bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatever we loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. And so, oh Lord, today, we bind the spirit of negativity that is permeating throughout our nation, and we loose the spirit of faith, hope, and positivity. We pray, Lord, for a positive shift in every sector of our society. And finally, Lord, today, we lift up our political leaders. We pray, God, for your wisdom. We pray, Almighty God, for your strength. We pray in the name of Jesus that though the weapons may be formed against them, they shall not prosper. Bless, keep, guide our political leaders as they navigate us through these challenging times. Almighty God, govern and guide their thoughts as they facilitate the business of this house today. These things we ask in Jesus' name. Amen. Let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Philip Davis, Chester Cooper, Fred Mitchell, Glennis Hannah Martin, Alfred Sayers, Dr. Michael Darville, Clay Sweeting, Keith Bell, Wayne Monroe, Vaughn Miller, JoBeth Colby Davis, Ginger Moxie, Mario Bowleg, Jomo Campbell, Basil McIntosh, Miles LaRoda, Overrule, Lisa Ramming, Zane Lightbourne, Dr. Hubert Minnis, Jamal Strawn, John Pinder, Marcus Roll, Leon Lundy, Kirk Cornish, Wade Watson, Leonardo Lightbourne, Leslie Miller Bryce, Leroy Major, Sylvanus Petty, Mikhail Bonnaby, Michael Pintard, James Kwesi Thompson, Aram Lewis, Shannon Dawn Cartwright, Adrian Gibson, Adrian White, Kingsley Smith.
Good morning, honorable members. And I'd like to say a special good morning to all the members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force as they celebrate Police Month. And I'm asking the members to let's go out and support them in some of their activities. They're having activities all this month. Now let's go down the order of business as we do the people's business. Communications, introduction and swearing of new members. Laying of documents by ministers. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Foxhill.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following. The Passport Amendment Rules 2024, Appointed Day Notice 2025.
Thank you, honorable member. Order that the document be brought up. Order the document to lie on the table. Further laying of documents. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and Salvador.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the Public Debt Management Bahamas Registered Stock 2027, 2029, 2031, 2034, 2044, and 2054 Directions 2025.
Thank you, honorable member. Order the document be brought up. Thank you. Order the document lie on the table. Further laying of documents.
Beg leave, Madam Speaker, to lay on the table of the House a copy of the Miscellaneous Written Law Rectification Order 2025.
Thank you, honorable member. Order the document be brought up. Order the document duly on the table. Further laying of documents?
Madam Speaker, beg leave to lay on the table a copy of the medium-term debt management strategy, financial year 2025-2026 to financial year 2027-2028.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Order the document be brought up. Order the document to lie on the table. Further laying of documents? The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following: the Price Control General Amendment Regulations 2025.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Order the document be brought up. Order the document to lie on the table. Further laying of documents?
No further laying of documents.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Statement and communications by ministers?
And on communication.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Communications by the clerk?
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to report delivery of message number 35 to the Honorable the Senate.
Thank you. Messages from the Governor General? Messages from the Senate? There are two messages from the Senate. One, I will read this one first. And it's message number 22, message to the Speaker and members of the Honorable House of Assembly from the President and Honorable members of the Senate. The Honorable Senate acquaints the Honorable House of Assembly that they have passed the following bills. Accompanying message number 33, dated 29th of January 2025, and message number 35, dated 10th of March 2025, from the Honorable House of Assembly. And it reads, a bill for an act to modernize the law governing transactions in movable property security interests. A bill for an act to amend the Bankruptcy Act. A bill for an act to amend the Choices in Action Act. A bill for an act to amend the Companies Act. A bill for an act to amend the International Business Companies Act. A bill for an act to amend the Money Lending Act. A bill for an act to amend the Sale of Goods Act. A bill for an act to amend the Bahamas Cooperative Credit Unions Act. A bill for an act to amend the Cooperative Societies Act. A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act. A bill for an act to amend the Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institute Act. A bill for an act to amend the Road Traffic Act. I will now lay this document on the table. I'll revert back to the order of business. Motions for leave of absence, leave to resign seat, and new writs, presentations of petitions, presentations of reports of committees, adoption of reports of committees, first reading of bills. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Exumas and Ragged Island.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce and have read for the first time a copy of the following: a bill for an act to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Order the document be brought up. Is there a seconder? Thank you, honourable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time. Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Amendment Bill 2025. A bill for an act to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read for a first time and tabled.
A bill for an act to amend the Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information Act.
Thank you for the first.
No further first readings.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Second reading, committal of bills. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, once again I rise in this honorable place representing the good people of the constituency of Freetown who have reposed their trust in me. Madam Speaker, it gives me great pride to stand to move the second reading and committal of the Defense Amendment Bill 2025. Let me hasten to say, Madam Speaker, this ought to be very uncontroversial. This ought to be a matter of, while it impacts the operation of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, a matter that we ought to have bipartisan support. And I say that, Madam Speaker, for a very simple reason, that the effect of this amendment is simply to delete, let me be exact, an amount of no more than 5 words from the provisions enacted by the Minister administration, which are gazetted on the 9th of December, 2020. So just less than 1 year before leaving office, the side opposite did the major work in this effort. Madam Speaker, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, which was created by statute after independence in the year 1980, Madam Speaker, is a seminal organization. It was the brainchild and the vision of the Penland administration, and its role is defined by the statute, the Defense Act, and in particular, Madam Speaker, by Section 4. Section 4 of the Defense Act provides that the Defense Force shall be charged with A, the defense of the Bahamas, B, the protection of the territorial integrity of the Bahamas, C, the patrol of the waters of the Bahamas, and might I say, Madam Speaker, that is a patrol of over 100,000 square miles of water. B, generally with assistance and relief in times of disaster. E, the maintenance of order in the Bahamas in conjunction with the law enforcement agencies of the Bahamas. And finally, F, with such other duties as may from time to time be determined by the Security Council. Madam Speaker, a big part of the work of the Defense Force today is driven by Sir Lyndon Penland's vision that it would become a People's Defense Force. And so the public would be aware of the engagement of the National Youth Development Office of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force in the many programs that it runs and assists with. But today, Madam Speaker, the effect of this amendment is simply to delete from the law a total of 9 words, 1 comma, and 1 period from the existing law. And that is because, Madam Speaker, the existing law provides as follows on re-engagement and continuation. The law passed that received assent on the 9th of December 2020 provides notwithstanding anything in Section 17, any Marine of the regular force who at any time has completed 30 years of service or such other prescribed period may, with the approval of the competent authority, re-engage with the regular force for such period or periods of service as may be prescribed until he attains the age of 60 years or renders 40 years of service, whichever is earlier. The effect of this amendment, Madam Speaker, will be to delete or renders 40 years of service, whichever is earlier. And that's basically it. The reason for this, Madam Speaker, is this. Persons engage and enter the service at differing ages. The current limitations are 18 years old at the youngest and 28 years old at the oldest. And so, Madam Speaker, one can see that the effect of leaving the law as it is would mean that different people would be subject to retirement at different ages. The other thing, Madam Speaker, that the F&M administration did for persons entering the service after December 20th is increase the time of service for a Marine to obtain and earn a pension. It used to be 25 years. By the Act in 2020, for persons entering the service after that point, it was increased to 30 years. And so for everyone who was enlisted before December 2020, they can retire after 20 years of service. And so for somebody who joins the service at 18, they can retire at 43. That is what the law provided before December 2020. Madam Speaker, I was provided with a listing from the Royal Bahamas Defense Force of retirees that demonstrates the inequities of the current system. Officers, and Madam Speaker, many people call everyone on the Defense Force an officer, but that is not the case. In the Defense Force, you have Marines or ratings who are divided into senior and junior rates. You have warrant officers who are referred to as non-commissioned officers who are not properly officers. And then you have officers of the rank of midshipman and above. And so this will only apply to Marines because officers have a different regime for retirement and the earning of pension. Madam Speaker, all one needs to do is look at this listing. Any number of persons will retire at 60 currently. Any number of Marines will retire at 60. But there are a number of Marines, Madam Speaker, when you look at the age, you can tell when they entered the service. And so, for instance, Madam Speaker, Jeffrey Miller, pay number 1635, a Force Chief Petty Officer, a non-commissioned, a warrant officer, entered the service the 14th of January, 1985. He would have completed 40 years of service the 14th of January, 2025. But he is only 58 years old. Whereas, Madam Speaker, one goes down the list, and I'll choose the first one that I come to. One finds, Madam Speaker, for instance, that the next person, Yvette, well, let's go to Neil Gilbert, pay number 1815. He joined on the 9th of 1987, 2 years later. He was born in 66. Jeffrey Miller was born in 66. Gilbert, Force Chief Gilbert, will retire at the age of 60, having given at that point 38 years of service. And so, Madam Speaker, it can be seen that when they say age is just a number, with regard how these Marines are retiring, it is just that. Some are at 60, some are at 58, some are at 59. Added to that dilemma, Madam Speaker, and this is the full listing of the persons we expect to lose by retirement alone through to the year 2029. And so there must be a plan to at least replace these persons to remain at the levels that we are currently. But, Madam Speaker, there's a more complex issue that plagues the police force and the defense force. Because of the nature of their service, many of them have accumulated leave. So that I look at this list, Madam Speaker, and there is one particular captain whose retirement is the 30th of December 2025, and he ought to have been on pre-retirement leave from November 2024 because he had 1 year and 1 month accumulated leave. And that is not unusual, Madam Speaker, because when you have forces that are operating below their optimal manpower, forces in which leave is stopped at certain periods. In the police force, the defense force, all leave is canceled coming in to the holiday season, except in extreme cases. All leave is canceled approaching general elections. All leave is canceled coming in to independence. And we know that all leave was canceled during COVID. And so we have a situation where we have accumulated leaves of quite a length. So whereas, Madam Speaker, I might look and say from my listing that the last person on the list, Force Chief Anton Adams, is set to retire on the 29th of November, 2029, to determine when he actually will commence pre-retirement leave, I would need information on how much accumulated vacation leave he has. Madam Speaker, that is why, unlike the previous administration, we have aggressively recruited to the Royal Bahamas Defense Force every year. We're finalizing, Madam Speaker, a recruit class to be enlisted and enrolled as of April. And so, Madam Speaker, while we move to increase the size of the force to its optimal level, we have to address matters that relate to attrition from the force. In addition, Madam Speaker, to these men and women who will retire, I am faced, coming across the desk of the Minister, Madam Speaker, a number of requests for Marines of various years of service to retire from the service. I'm confronted with any number of Marines who are submitted to me for warrant punishment for dismissal from the force. Many who, because of injury, leave the service. And so, Madam Speaker, this, as I say, is a very incremental step to address attrition, and that is simply when I next look at this list, Madam Speaker, after this bill is passed, the retirement age of every Marine, if they wish to, should say 60, not some saying 60, some saying 58, some saying 59. And Madam Speaker, lest the public be concerned that this is a military and are we just hanging around with old men, as Madam Speaker, I enter that category of old men. I find that offensive way to address persons. But Madam Speaker, in order to continue in the service, Marines and officers must pass a fitness test with fitness requirements. And so the public can rest assured that the only military that we have in this country, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, is manned with men and women who are not only committed to the service, but fit for the service. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, it gives me great pride and it's my honor to move for the second reading and committal of this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. I like the way this is going. It has been moved. I don't have a copy of the bill. You have a copy of the bill? Which one? Is moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Defense Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Or as many? Yeah. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank Almighty God for this opportunity to be back in the House of Assembly, speaking on behalf of the wonderful people of Marco City and expressing to them how much I appreciate your support consistently over these years, and once again pledge to continue to serve you as I committed back in 2016. Madam Speaker, our hearts go out today to family island communities that continue to struggle with the scourge of fires, bushfires. In some cases, other factors give rise to fires in our community, and the hardship that we face in being able to manage or put out these fires. You would have seen in Grand Bahama over the course of the last several days a number of our residents who have been struggling to save their homes. Members who were in Grand Bahama at the time, member for East Grand Bahama, the member for Central Grand Bahama. Madam Speaker joined residents in wetting their properties, joining firefighters seeking to save homes. And so again, the residents of Grand Bahama have been so resilient over these years, facing numerous hurricanes, much like Abaco and a number of our other islands. But the additional hardship now of having to fight the persistent fires, there has to be ongoing efforts to provide the resources required. And I'm so happy we sound the alarm in this House and otherwise, because we have all been on the front line helping residents when these fires arise. And it causes, Madam Speaker, health challenges, particularly persons who have asthma, anxiety over the loss of resources, particularly home and the potential for loss of life. We've had significant power outages because light poles, in fact, Madam Speaker, has been burnt down. And the member for East Grand Bahama and Central, myself on other occasions, we are close and personal working with residents, Madam Speaker, to battle these blazes, and residents running to the rescue of other residents. And so we are proud of the people of Grand Bahama and grateful for the commitment they continue to show for the island. Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people deserve a government that prioritizes their safety, supports law enforcement, and tells the truth consistently. What we have, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, in this PLP administration is significant mismanagement, instances that are clear as day of a tolerance for corruption, and a failure to deal with crime in a manner that engages all stakeholders with a clearly defined strategic plan. While violent crimes are surging, Madam Speaker, while Bahamians live in fear, while our police officers and Defense Force Marines are retiring, some, for other reasons, have pursued other opportunities, this government is busy covering up many of its incompetence and deflecting when we attempt to hold them to account. This government is too busy putting persons in places who protect PLP interests rather than the interests of the Bahamian people. Failure to support law enforcement and defense forces, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Yamacraw.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Marco City has started out with some, it's not only untruths, but it's some serious accusations that he would have to prove. He's used the term covering up corruption and all of these terms that are suggesting or indicating that he that he has some evidence of protecting PLPs to do. He's using terms that are really untrue and have some negative connotations that are very, very inaccurate and some serious accusations that I would ask to be withdrawn, please.
Thank you, honourable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member.
Madam Speaker, he did not quote me correctly. I'd like to move on with my presentation. Failure, Madam Speaker, to support law enforcement and defense forces. We are losing too many experienced officers who have so much more to contribute, especially in the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Madam Speaker. Unlike in the wider...
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
The member for Marco City's remarks are actually untrue. I would ask him to name
Which part of
more than 5 officers, not Marines, not warrant officers, more than 5 officers who have opted to retire early.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I've said nothing about early retirement, Madam Speaker. We are losing.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
He has said, have chosen to leave. To choose to leave means that you have left before you are mandated to leave. And so if an officer reaches retirement, he has no choice but to leave. So his words, and he is somebody who is a man of words, makes it quite clear that that suggests that these persons are leaving before they are mandated to leave, either by age or dismissal for misconduct or poor health.
Yes. Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to read the exact thing once again and continue, Madam Speaker. We are losing too many experienced officers who have so much more to contribute, was the exact words, especially in the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Unlike in the wider public service, many law enforcement officers reach the stage for retirement as outlined in the act we are referring to in this debate. And Madam Speaker, the reality is in your 50s, you are still in a position to, in fact, serve and serve with vibrancy, Madam Speaker. These are highly trained specialists, expert technicians, people we cannot afford to lose, Madam Speaker. Other countries keep experienced officers beyond 55, even past 60. The FNM supports making it possible for such officers to serve longer and help protect our borders, protect our fisheries, resources, and stop the bloodshed in our street, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, it is no controversial matter that we, like members of the opposite side, Madam Speaker, we support, Madam Speaker, the Defense Amendment Bill of 2025, along with our colleagues on the other side. Madam Speaker, how can we claim to be serious about national security when, Madam Speaker, we are not doing all of the things required to make the quality of life of officers in all law enforcement agencies better? Both administrations, Madam Speaker, share some responsibility. And those that are in the chair now, the lot is theirs to move with a sense of urgency and address these issues. And their failure to do so, Madam Speaker, will be corrected when we, in 2025 or 2026, whenever the next general election is called, when we return to government. Madam Speaker, this administration, Madam Speaker, has a very bad habit, Madam Speaker, of engaging, Madam Speaker, while this administration focuses on partisan appointments and promotions, and in some cases, Madam Speaker, double promotions, they have not developed a strategic plan to retain and empower key personnel. Madam Speaker, our criminal justice system, especially our security forces, continue to be let down. Adding recruits and additional patrol cars, Madam Speaker, is necessary but certainly not sufficient, especially when this government is busy fostering a culture of nepotism and cronyism and a lack of transparency, and failing to clean up corruption that undermines even the small steps they occasionally take relative to law enforcement, Madam Speaker. And so we have to, and we say to them, let's get serious. Madam Speaker, pension contributions for armed forces members, in some cases, remain unpaid. Police reserves are left without standing remunerations that some of them have in fact raised. Custom officers have also raised concerns about the manner in which promotions and other financial matters are being dealt with in terms of their terms of service. Madam Speaker, and our governments failed, not just in general, but with respect to even some who have been in law enforcement, refuse to reveal how much funds were paid out to a number of persons, including some in law enforcement, in private secret settlements, Madam Speaker. We are told in the millions, and in some cases in the millions per person. We would like them to tell us what the facts are, because we do not know, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Gossiping, Madam Speaker, is a pastime for the tamarind tree or the canap tree. Gossiping is not a pastime for this honorable House. And so for Marco City to talk about payments in the millions, and they in fact get the budget statement every year. And there are a number of them who would be smart enough to locate payments of millions of dollars. That is unparliamentary. To repeat, it's not even hearsay. He says some say, not even that some say to him. I often say, Madam Speaker, I'm beautiful. I can't get people to believe that. But I can say anything. And so he ought to be very careful when he repeats what people say that he cannot prove. Some say that. Some say that too. That's correct.
Thank you, thank you, Honorable Member. I will strike that from the record.
Sorry? Madam Speaker, there's no basis for striking it from the record, given the fact that we have asked, Madam Speaker, in this House on multiple occasions for the government to disclose the settlements they have given for officers who were transferred, and the view was they were aggrieved, and we accept, Madam Speaker, that a number of them were aggrieved. But we still ought to know what the financial settlement is. So there's no basis to strike from the record what they have failed to do, which is to disclose how they spend our money. It's not their money, it's the people's money, Madam Speaker. So there's nothing that should have been struck from the record. They are doing it in secret, Madam Speaker. They're doing it in secret.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
I'm quite sure the member for Marco City, who is a man of letters, would have heard my complaint being directed towards the millions. He does not understand the common sense of not disclosing a standard that other people will use to get more than you can give them, and I give that to him. He doesn't understand it. But what is being struck, Madam Speaker, and we ask to be struck, is the millions.
Yes.
He can leave that we don't tell them, and we haven't told them, and all of that. That was not the nature of my complaint.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, we believe that these settlements are undisclosed and they are in the millions. They should provide the details if they are not. Madam Speaker, police officers and families, Madam Speaker, those who are in the police force are no longer protected, Madam Speaker, by insurance. A caring government, a compassionate Minister of National Security, would be concerned about the dependence of those officers who now join the force. And Madam Speaker, they would then seek to work out an arrangement, if it is a constraint on the government, an arrangement that benefits both the state and those families joining law enforcement, and Madam Speaker, and lay out what the plan is to help those officers and their dependents in a manner that is cost efficient for all concerned, Madam Speaker. So we could be as cute as we want in this Parliament. What matters is to what extent we are serving the Bahamian people with compassion. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, those who seek to be extra cute intellectually ought to check their heart to what extent they care about the people that they serve, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the PLP government has failed to pay those whose lives are on the line, but they do selectively compensate those persons who are friendly to them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's not just incompetence, it is disrespect. Madam Speaker, we intend to lead a housing revolution consistent with what occurred under the Free National Movement in 3 non-consecutive terms of Hubert Ingram's leadership, Madam Speaker. We intend to lead the revolution. We challenge this government. Madam Speaker, to live up to their commitment to provide housing for Bahamians, Madam Speaker.
One member.
Madam Speaker, the objection is relevant. This is the Defense Amendment Bill 2025. I know that the side opposite doesn't believe in following rules of this House or rules of anywhere else, but we are a country of laws. For people who wax lyrical about supposed persons not obeying the rules of this House are as to relevance. We're debating the Defense Amendment Bill. This habit of serial offenders coming in and just talking what they think is relevant has consequences, Madam Speaker. This is a house of rules.
Madam Speaker, we intend to lead a housing revolution when we next take government, consistent with what has occurred, Madam Speaker, Under three non-consecutive
recognizes the honourable member
terms
for
of Gilbert Alexander Ingram.
Madam Speaker, the objection again is relevance.
Again, Madam Speaker, I've said what I said. This administration, who postures itself as being engaged in attempting to provide housing for Bahamians, Madam Speaker, just recently, Madam Speaker, demonstrated.
Madam Speaker, the objection again is relevance, and I would ask, Madam Speaker, for those remarks be struck from the record as being irrelevant to this debate.
Madam Speaker, this is the most undemocratic display by a member who is unable to handle the truth should be stopped, Madam Speaker. Every member in this House weigh in on a variety of issues that is under the rubric of whatever the subject, the broad subject that we're talking about. We are talking about national security. National security. Defense bill is related to our discussion about law enforcement in general, Madam Speaker. So this nonsense that the member for Freetown is running on with, Madam Speaker, he should cease and desist. Police, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, again, Marco City is a man of letters. He saw me sit and listen to any amount of nonsense about security because that is relevant. The objection is to housing. We sat and listened to all of the I believe, I think about national security. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the complaint is about irrelevance. And that is simply it. And Marco City, don't be so angry, man. Life ain't that fast. Don't be angry.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members.
I am talking about housing relative to law enforcement, inclusive of those that he represents. And he is asking, what is the relevance in me talking about housing for law enforcement? This is mind-boggling to me. I hope every police officer that is watching and listening see the nature of Freetown. He has no concern about your housing situation, Madam Speaker. No concern.
That's not what he said.
No concern.
That's not what you said.
Shame on him. No concern.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, again, the member for Marco City seems to think we're debating an amendment to the Police Service Act. This is an amendment to the Defense Act. And the more that he breaks the rules, Madam Speaker, the more that is made very clear that he has no regards to rules. His fetching around to challenge an independent commissioner of police demonstrates that just as my predecessor was judicially condemned for not recognizing the independence of the police, he vows to do so if he ever is graced with office. It is disgraceful. He does not respect the independence of the Royal Bahamas Police Force.
You fighting for them. Police and defense force officers are deployed together, sometimes, Madam Speaker, to protect our country, sometimes on the waters, sometimes on land. So the question is, why today the Minister of National Security is behaving so unfairly, not wanting us to raise matters concerning law enforcement and the challenges that they face, Madam Speaker. Proper housing, Madam Speaker. Proper housing solutions, Madam Speaker. Proper housing solutions, Madam Speaker, in general for frontline officers. Housing solutions for nurses and social workers. We thought was a priority of this government. Clearly, it is not, Madam Speaker. Officers in Grand Bahama are right now anxiety-stricken because a number of them, Madam Speaker, are concerned about where they will stay in the next 2, 3, or 6 months based on eviction notices given to them. no doubt, Madam Speaker, led by the member for Freetown, Madam Speaker.
The
So
chair
sadly
recognizes
today,
the honourable member for Freetown.
our officers
Order,
are
Madam
paying the
Speaker.
price.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order, Madam
Marco City,
Speaker.
I recognize
Point of
Freetown.
order. Madam Speaker, the member for Marco City knows that that is untrue. He knows it is untrue. He has been told what the facts are. They could have a meeting with the Commissioner of Police and a whole high command right after I had one with them. They disrespect the entire command of the police force by not approaching and talking to them about a matter of administration that they are addressing. I know he may want to be Commissioner of Police. I don't want to be the Commissioner of Police. I don't want to be a policeman. And so we leave matters that are in the province of the Commissioner of Police with the Commissioner of Police. It is disgraceful that the FNM seems content on usurping the powers of the police for obvious reasons. The Constitution guarantees that it is not to happen. We are debating, Madam Speaker, the Defense Amendment Bill. And on every occasion that he seeks to debate something that is different, I will rise and object, Madam Speaker. And after, Madam Speaker, we've had enough of it, we will use the rules.
That's our job to raise them in here. That's our job.
Members.
That's our job. That's our job to raise them in here. It's our job.
Members.
Heal thyself. Respectful. You are not qualified to talk about respect. No, I safe in here because you're driving. I safe. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, proper housing solutions in general for frontline soldiers, especially officers, nurses, and social workers, will be a priority for us, Madam Speaker. Sadly today, Madam Speaker, our officers are paying the price of this neglect, and we intend to fix it. Madam Speaker, let me just pause here for a moment to say, Madam Speaker, there's a clear policy related to officers who are domiciled on any particular island. And I brought, Madam Speaker, the policy to read it in the record. So I just want to say that this particular policy, item 45, Madam Speaker, for the Royal Bahamas Police Force order, it makes this point. An officer whose transfer is directed by the Commissioner of Police can request to remain in the district for an additional year by applying 3 months prior to becoming domiciled, that is, having reached the 5-year limit after which you're domiciled. If permission is granted to remain in post, the officer will no longer be considered for accommodations provided by the police. So up until that time, if you're transferred, Madam Speaker, you can be entitled for accommodations, Madam Speaker. And again, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about an eviction notice that has been given to many officers. According to those officers we met with, Madam Speaker, they say they believe on Grand Bahama there may be as many as 50 families. In the wrap-up, the member for Freetown can confirm. So, Madam Speaker, we know that officers have an obligation once that timeline has passed. Under both administrations, Madam Speaker, a number of persons have been permitted to exceed that particular time. So obviously that is a situation that ought to be fixed. The question, Madam Speaker, isn't whether or not we want rules, regulations to be obeyed. The question is, why is it that the member, who is absolutely brilliant from Freetown, does not lead the charge in making sure that we look out for the human resources that are on the front line defending the lives of Bahamians? Madam Speaker, one size, Madam Speaker, does not fit all.
The honourable member for
Madam
Freetown.
Speaker, and every time Marco City wants me to be Commissioner of Police, I will stand to make the point, Madam Speaker, that I am not the Commissioner of Police. I know that Marco City, in what he said when he was at BDOS, if the Bahamian people ever make that mistake, will rule by edict. Just as he is saying I should be able to rule by edict, ignore what is a rule that he has just read. This is a disciplined force, a force that is supposed to enforce the rules. And he is saying that we should sit and permit the officers who are to enforce the rules to break the rules. I understand that as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. I understand that. I was taught that. But, Madam Speaker, every time he rises to talk about something that suggests that I should usurp a power reserved to the Commissioner of Police by the Constitution, by the Supreme Act, by the Supreme Law of this country, he demonstrates his incapacity for understanding the powers of state.
Madam Speaker, what we are calling on this administration to do, Madam Speaker, is to take the time and meet with the officers, Madam Speaker, with the officers in Grand Bahama and elsewhere where they are affected with any eviction notices, Madam Speaker, and discuss their individual situations. There are a number of officers who have not yet reached, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can I have protection from the noise, Madam Speaker?
They said you said something.
No, but I'm asking you.
You on the floor.
Okay?
You on the floor.
Okay. So, Madam Speaker, the Minister of National Security should be concerned that officers are concerned that they will be out in 2 to 3 months or 6 months out of the accommodations. There are varying groups, Madam Speaker, who are affected by notice of evictions, Madam Speaker. One of those categories are persons who have not yet reached the 5 years, that they have been called, given an individual letter with a timeline for them to move out of accommodations. Some of the persons, Madam Speaker, are just beyond 5 years, Madam Speaker, who applied for a transfer and did not get a transfer, Madam Speaker. So if I seek to be transferred back to my original domicile, Madam Speaker, and that has been refused, Madam Speaker, what then should I do relative to accommodation? So one size, Madam Speaker, one size does not fit all. One solution does not fit all of the officers who are affected. We heard heart-wrenching stories from parents, Madam Speaker, who have children with disability and they're seeking to pay their present bills plus the bill of their child. Persons who are doing studies, not just for them, but paying for studies for their children, who have received letters, Madam Speaker. We are asking them to meet with individual families and again, let the solution impact the individual situations. Some, Madam Speaker, have accepted that they may have to move, but many others, there are special circumstances where they paid to refurbish the house that they're in Trip Circle, Madam Speaker, where Colab is located. And then, Madam Speaker, the house was destroyed by Dorian, and they paid out of their pocket to repair the house again. And now they're being evicted from the very house, Madam Speaker,
The chair
that they have
recognizes
repaired.
the honorable member for Yamacraw.
Madam Speaker, that can't be right. That can't be right.
Madam Speaker, the member is misleading the public and the House based on the member's own previous statements and what he is asserting now, trying to attribute to the member for Freetown. Madam Speaker, I draw attention to the member of an article in the Tribune dated Monday, August 10th, 2015. And the article quotes, is titled Transfer of Police Staff Association Members, quote, a huge miscalculation. And there's a quote in the article that goes on about interference of ministers in police force business that says, Mr. Pintard said, quote, no minister, whether it's the national security minister, comma, the state minister for national security, comma, no minister shall or should be able to usurp the authority of the commissioner of police, close quote. And a big picture, this is the words of the member for Marco City, Michael Pintard, and this is Monday, August 10th, 2015. So I would like to know if the member all of a sudden has a change of heart or tongue, but there's a photo available with the article and the quote, which I'm happy to table. I'll have a print down and be happy to table this. This is Marco City who speaks now. Thank you, Michael Pintard. Yes.
And do you still agree with that? And you adopt that, honorable member? Yes. Mm-hmm. And that's an article out of the Tribune?
I will have it, yes. August 10th, 2015.
Thank you, honorable member. Marco City, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker, the final comment I will make on the subject. Madam Speaker, there are police officers who took their personal funds, took an uninhabitable building, fixed it up, moved into it. Dorian came, destroyed their investment, government investment. They once again repaired the facilities and moved back in. And now a number of them are also subject to eviction. Madam Speaker, we ought to do this carefully, to meet with the officers, and because the circumstances vary, and those that have overstayed for extended periods of time, no government having addressed the issue, you can work with them according to that situation. Those who have not yet reached the 5 years, those who have gone beyond but sought transfer but did not get it. Madam Speaker, what happened to rent to own? Couldn't they own these houses that were dilapidated? Couldn't they buy it outright, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, the government is punishing police officers instead of supporting them. Officers were placed in government housing because it was necessary for their service. Examine every individual case before taking the approach that is being taken now. Madam Speaker, the minister claimed he gave options. They gave options. What were the options? The letter we saw certainly did not outline those options, Madam Speaker. The PLP national security record, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, the member in face of being pointed out that not only what I say accords with the Constitution, but he himself knows it, having recited it in 2015, is now making an assertion that is not only against the law, but against his previous statement. As I said, Madam Speaker, the Commissioner of Police has demonstrated to them that she has an open-door policy. The question is, why have they not met with her? Is it that they know that every officer was told if they had an issue, they should reach out to the command, and no one has? Is he just, as when we play dominoes, is he just being used as a tool by the person sitting next to him or across from him? If he wishes to be the leader of a country, he should at least not be used as a tool. He has open-door access to the Commissioner of Police and the senior executive leadership team, which they have exercised before, and they steadfastly refuse to exercise it now because he knows what he's talking deserves to be in a latrine.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, the Progressive Liberal Party national security record, Madam Speaker, is dreadful, Madam Speaker. It is dreadful, most especially, Madam Speaker, under the leadership of the member for Freetown, which is why, Madam Speaker, we have called on more than one occasion for him to step aside, to return to private practice where he will have, Madam Speaker, greater impact than he's presently having, Madam Speaker, serving the public, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government has a difficulty, Madam Speaker, being accountable accountable for the decisions that they have made. That's why they threaten to shut down the debate when we are raising issues that are uncomfortable for them, Madam Speaker. Because while this government spends time dodging accountability, violent crime is rising, gang violence is up, armed robberies continue, and the fear in our communities, Madam Speaker, it is real. Not everybody has a protective detail like some of us in here. Criminals have easy access to firearms, Madam Speaker. How did this happen? Madam Speaker, and yet, instead of them coming up with a real strategic plan to impact national security, instead of effective policing, Madam Speaker, working in tandem with all stakeholders, Madam Speaker, instead of being focused on how we can establish programs throughout our community with all stakeholders providing funding and not the government being the organizers, operators of so many programs, Madam Speaker. This member of Parliament from Freetown, Madam Speaker, continues to focus on how we present in this House rather than the job he ought to do, Madam Speaker, which is to lead the charge in national security. The PLP made its promises in its blueprint for change. These promises, Madam Speaker, many of them were not kept. Crime is but one example. And as we debate this Defense Force amendment, Madam Speaker, this is a moment for us to pause and examine our performance and determine whether or not we could do better. We've concluded that they do not intend to do better, Madam Speaker. A simple walk to a park, Madam Speaker, you are at risk. And the truth is, if you live over the hill, there are few parks to even walk to, because this government that claims that it cares about poor, struggling Bahamians and over the hill have not put in place an aggressive program to even create recreational spaces over the hill in our communities, Madam Speaker. Corruptions and scandals, Madam Speaker, mark this administration, Madam Speaker. And the government refuses to come clean when we raise questions of them, whether it's on the issue of procurement, Madam Speaker, whether it's on the issue of secret settlements to public servants or persons in the private sector with whom they enter into secret arrangements, Madam Speaker. Some matters having not even gone to court, they went ahead, Madam Speaker, and settled. Madam Speaker, today can the minister in his wrap-up indicate whether or not the arrears on the insurance for police officers, public servants, have those arrears been paid, Madam Speaker? What is the latest position on the staggering arrears that have accumulated under their watch, Madam Speaker? The issue of the pension contribution and gratuities for Defense Force officers who, Madam Speaker, while some progress have been made by government in this regard, Madam Speaker, so many persons have died waiting for their matters to be settled. It is my hope that the member would update us on, I believe, some 200 plus persons who are still waiting for their pensions and gratuities to be sorted out, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
If Marco City would give me the names of these persons, I can certainly update him. The fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, is you get so tired standing up, sometimes you just sit and watch. But if he has names of officers who are waiting to be resolved in terms of proper calculation of their pensions, which is something this administration took on, that they just were content to sit and watch. If he has names, he can certainly provide them. This administration moved to solve an issue that they watched for 4.5 years, and now they say they care. They also told us next time would be the people's time, and Bahamian people are smarter than that. But since he is very concerned, I would ask him to provide the names, and I will undertake to this House to provide an answer on each name that he provides to me.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, around 250 Defense Force officers are still affected by pension and gratuity payments for roughly, Madam Speaker, just under $1 million. As I said earlier, efforts have been made, but monies are still outstanding, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, why do we have allegations of corruption in high places, with explosive scandals and even indictments abroad? Who's the high-ranking Bahamian official that the U.S. attorney says is involved in a U.S. indictment and who's accused of taking $2 million bribe in return for authorizing RBPF officers to facilitate incoming shipments? Who, Madam Speaker? Or is it completely false, Madam Speaker? The PLP government, Madam Speaker, must come clean, Madam Speaker. We want to make sure that there is a safe distance, Madam Speaker, between those who are committed to a life of crime and the gatekeepers who are charged with ensuring that they are compliant with the law. No police officer, Madam Speaker, should be put in a position that they are showing up to a contract signing between a government minister or government entity and somebody who is of interest to the police, either locally or internationally, Madam Speaker. We must make sure that that does not happen in the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, we intend to provide stronger support for law enforcement and defense forces, a real crime plan for crime prevention, Madam Speaker, to ensure that there's border security and a smuggling crackdown in terms of those persons who are perpetrators, Madam Speaker. We intend to ensure accountability and transparency, that you'd be able to rely on us to have inquiries into these explosive matters that this government claims that they can, in fact, police right now without a commission of inquiry. We know they are not committed to doing so. And so, Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, let me say clearly that members on that side, they've failed, Madam Speaker. They've failed security forces to create a culture, Madam Speaker, where corruption will not be tolerated. They have failed to create that culture, Madam Speaker. They have failed, Madam Speaker, to provide housing for officers who desperately need it. They have failed to protect the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker. There's carnage in the street. At a minimum, the minister should do the correct thing, the honorable thing, to step aside and let somebody else who has the skill set, the mind, the heart set to preside over that ministry, Madam Speaker. At a minimum, they should take accountability for the role that they have played, Madam Speaker. Bahamians, it's time to ensure that this administration that loves flying around the world, that they have sufficient time on their hand to do so on their own dime. We should, Madam Speaker, send a clear message to this administration that the Bahamian people expect them to lead by example when it comes to law enforcement, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, they are not leading by example. And so while we support this bill, what we do not support is them ignoring, Madam Speaker, the fires that in Grand Bahama. We ask you, since you are in the chair, provide additional man and woman power and vehicles to help us fight those fires. Provide us, Madam Speaker, with an accounting of when will you be able to sell the hotel. Provide us with an update on the airport, Madam Speaker. Provide us, Madam Speaker, with leadership in Grand Bahama who can speak up, because it seems like the chairman is speaking up for Grand Bahama on the PLP behalf, instead, Madam Speaker, of the member for Pine Ridge and the member for West Grand Bahama.
As many The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wanted to commend the Bishop Williams he visited Freeport recently, the chaplain for the House of Assembly, and gave a tremendous message to the people in Freeport. It was during the 25th anniversary service. It was attended by the member for Pine Ridge, the member for Central Grand Bahama, but I want to commend him for his tremendous message. It was a message of encouragement to all of the people in Grand Bahama, and I wanted to thank him for it. Madam Speaker, imagine this. Thick, choking smoke billowing across the highway, flames raging on both sides, and the intense heat pressing against the window like an invisible force. 2 days ago, as I drove down East Sunrise Highway, a road that I travel on a daily basis, I suddenly realized that I could not see more than 2 feet in the front of the vehicle. The road ahead was completely engulfed, forcing me to stop the vehicle and turn around, hoping that no other cars were on the road. Madam Speaker, I had to turn around and go back, which would have been east on East Sunrise Highway.
Yeah, the same thing.
And thankfully, I think shortly after that, the police came and stopped traffic from, I think they stopped traffic from East Beach Road, going probably to Churchill. They had to stop the traffic because you literally could not see in the front of your vehicle.
That's right.
Madam Speaker, over the past 2 days, Grand Bahama, in particular, East Grand Bahama, has really been at war, which is the best way that I could describe it. Entire neighborhoods were turned into fire battlegrounds. And I saw this, Madam Speaker, with my own eyes. Walls of fire, some towering 20 feet high. Hundreds of homes threatened. Families evacuated. Cars engulfed. In most cases, communities fighting with nothing more than a garden hose and just their sheer willpower. Madam Speaker, this is not a situation where we could have remained passive. We've been compelled to jump in and help.
Yes.
And I, hear many or not many, but I hear some, making their, snide remarks. But Madam Speaker, for the lives of the people who this has affected, this is serious for them.
Very much so.
I first went to Arcadia subdivision, and I saw the fire department as they fought back the flames, and as it threatened the houses in Arcadia. And I have to admire our fire department officers, because when others may have been intimidated or scared or hesitant, they are the ones who run towards the danger and run towards the fire to help. So smoke suffocating, but the fire department did not back down. And I have to commend each of the officers for a tremendous job that they did. In Arcadia, we knocked on doors and urged families to prepare, to stay alert, to be ready. Some were fearful because obviously the flames were around their premises. But others, they rushed to get their hoses and water to be able to wet the perimeters of their properties. I then went north of East Sunrise Highway, along Churchill Drive, where we already met residents on the outside with their hoses, wetting the outside of their houses. And they were desperately trying to contain the flames. Madam Speaker, this is not just a fire that was in the distance, but it was right there, literally on person's property. You can't even say it was on the next property. It was literally on their property. The first time that I've ever seen grass burn, and it was burning towards folks' houses. And in one instance, it was burning up to their house. So, Madam Speaker, I saw the flames roaring, I felt the heat and the wind, which caused it to be even worse. At that time, there were no firefighters who were in the immediate vicinity, but we knew that they were in the area fighting other areas. That was just how many fires were there. Madam Speaker, one resident said, it's just moving so fast. Another one said, you could hardly hold it back. Another asked, where are the trucks? Are they coming? You know, they cried for help, and the cries demanded action. I then moved to Midshipman Road, Madam Speaker, where we saw a woman who was battling the fire that had already gotten on her yard. And we assisted her by helping her with the water, and because she didn't have a hose at the time, she was filling up water in buckets and putting out the fire on her property with buckets. We then saw right next door, and I know the names of these persons, but I'm not going to say their names, but we were on Midshipman Road. Right next door, the car that was parked in the front yard was on fire. When we got to the house, the single mother who lived in the house, and she lived in the house with her elderly father. Her elderly father is on dialysis. So they had to be evacuated out of the premises. And then we assisted in at least containing the car fire until the fire truck was able to come. And the fire truck did come and assisted in putting out the house fire, and putting out the car fire in the front of the house that was in the driveway, Madam Speaker. And this was just one of a host of different fires on that day that had taken place. We then went to Fortune Point, and all of these subdivisions are in close proximity to one another. We then went to Fortune Point, where the fire threatened numerous properties that were there, and residents again on the outside with their hoses. Again, and people, I've seen some responses where people have been, you know, what is a bucket going to do? What is a hose going to do? Madam Speaker, when that's all you have, that's what you do. When that's all that is there, that's what you do. If that's all you have, Madam Speaker, you can fill the bucket up. In fact, some had to go in on the inside, the faucet on the inside to get water from the inside, and then tote the water again to put the fire out that had already gotten on their property. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Fortune Point, we stopped again to help residents with their property lines and preventing fire from advancing further. Madam Speaker, we then returned back to Midshipman Road. And we found an elderly couple. I know them well. He is a senior citizen. His wife is a senior citizen. And his wife is blind. So when we got to the property, the granddaughter had already taken the mother from out of the property and put her in the car on the other side of the street. We met the elderly father with the hose, trying to put out the fire that again had already gotten onto his property. So this wasn't something where people were on the outside of property that's further away. The fire had already gotten onto his property. And again, in circumstances where you have dry grass, you have dry wood on these properties, Madam Speaker, and you have a wind that is not cooperating, right. And that wind is causing the fire to intensify. So we met him on the property. And so we jumped in to assist him in, again, he's putting out fire that was on his property and wetting the rest of the property to prevent fires from coming any further. Again, we're thankful that the fire truck did come. At that point, the fire truck did come and assist there. But, Madam Speaker, I want to speak to the residents in Grand Bahama, the residents in East Grand Bahama in particular. Because, Madam Speaker, I was inspired. There were residents who stood strong. There were residents who stood to protect the biggest asset that they own. There was one resident yesterday, Madam Speaker. He fought the night before to keep the fire back from his property. The power was off, which meant the water was off. But before the water went off, he was able to fill the buckets in his house. So when we passed him, he was sitting on the side of his property with the buckets, just waiting, so that if anything come up to protect, come to damage his place, he was ready to protect his home, Madam Speaker. And this isn't just a building, but this is your family. This is all those things that make your family. This is your entire investment, Madam Speaker, that folks have been fighting to protect. Yesterday also, Madam Speaker, it continued. Those incidents took place the day before yesterday. Yesterday it continued. Yesterday we went to East Beach Drive to an elderly lady who lived by herself. Again, there was no power, and I'll speak about the power shortly. There was no power there, which meant no water there. And we had to get a generator so that at least the generator could start the power so that she could get some water, because the flames were already not on her property but at her back gate. And thankfully we got the power on, the water on, so that she was able then to at least wet up the property line to protect it from coming any further. We also have to thank, Madam Speaker, there were a number of industrial companies that have big water tankers. And the big water tankers were able to maneuver through rough grass, and they were able to put a hose to the back of the water tanker, and then they were able to assist the fire trucks they were able to put that fire out at that lady's home. We then went back to Midshipman, where we were the day before. And again, the fires came back. But it was a different area of Midshipman, where we met a young lady. Again, we saw her. The first time I saw her, she was on the outside with her bucket. and running towards the side of her property. The flames had already come onto the property and was moving towards the house. And so we stopped there to assist her. We had to get some additional hoses. We got some additional hoses, stopped there to assist her in making sure that that property was secured. Madam Speaker, again, we want to commend all of those volunteer fire truck or the volunteer water tank trucks. They came in and they did their best to supplement, they did their best to help, they did their best to assist residents in that area. They were there the day before yesterday, and they were also there today. They were also there yesterday as well. And we also commend all of the fire department workers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the utility workers, they had, I'm advised from the power company, 53 poles that were damaged because of fire. And I have to commend the power company because they were on scene all day yesterday. They were on scene replacing the poles. They got to about 14 poles where they actually had to replace, and they did that all day yesterday. But 53 poles, Madam Speaker, can tell you and that's 53 poles in one day. in one day that was damaged. And that could tell you the extent of the fire. And for anybody who says that we have sufficient resources, there is no way that if you had sufficient resources that you could allow 53 power poles. And in some instances, the poles had already fallen down directly on the highway. In fact, this happened on Midshipman Road and on East Sunrise Highway. If anybody who is familiar with East Sunrise Highway heading toward Casuarina Bridge, you will know that there is a blinking light. There's a blinking caution light that hangs across the highway. Yeah. That blinking light is held up by 2 power poles. The 2 power poles burned to the ground, and the blinking light was on the ground. The same thing on Midshipman, where the blinking light was down. So, Madam Speaker, again, we have to commend the power company for their efforts. That was the power. Now we got to talk about the water. Because, Madam Speaker, in Grand Bahama, the Grand Bahama Utility Company, for unoccupied properties, there is a water pipe. And the water pipe is a plastic water pipe. And that plastic water pipe sticks out of the ground in the front of the yard. When we got to subdivisions that was close to Churchill Road, we met the water company. And the water company was in the process of cutting the water off because so many of those pipes that stuck out of the ground melted and caused the water to leak out. So they themselves had issues maintaining what was happening with those fires, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we are also thankful, and I have to make this point that we are thankful that at the time, and this was about a month ago, it was raised by the member for Marco City who was on the ground fighting fires with his residents. And at that time, there were no operational fire trucks that were owned by the government at that time. And we raised the issue. We went to the fire department. We spoke to the fire chief. And after that, a fire truck came. And we spoke to the commissioner of police right after that. A fire truck did come from Nassau. and they got, I'm advised, another fire truck that was in Freeport. They got that operational. So between yesterday and day before yesterday, they were using 2 fire trucks, and they were also using the airport fire truck in full operation. And in fact, the airport truck, which is the truck that was designed to be at the airport if there's a situation at the airport, and previously they moved from the airport to the fire, and then back to the airport, and then they moved to a fire, and then back to the airport. Well, Madam Speaker, those 2 days, they were full-time on the ground. I asked the airport, the firefighter from the airport, I asked him about the airport. He said the airport is covered, so I just trust what he said, that the airport was covered. But that fire truck, I knew, full-time fire truck, was on the ground fighting fires, and it was absolutely necessary that you had that airport truck full-time on the ground fighting fires, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exhibits and Raglan Island.
I just want to say for the record, Madam Speaker, that whilst the airport will always support these types of tragedies, at no time, under no circumstances, will the airport be left without a fire truck. At no time.
And I again, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for Exuma for his statement, and trust the statement that the member for Exuma has said, because it was consistent with what the firefighter said. So I trust what has been said. But, Madam Speaker, we need additional firefighting resources in Grand Bahama. It was painfully clear, Madam Speaker, that because of the season and because of the intense wind that had taken place, that we need to have additional fire resources in Grand Bahama. It is without question, Madam Speaker, we must have additional fire resources in Grand Bahama. And Madam Speaker, and you know, we failed, they failed. All of us have failed in terms of assisting and ensuring that there has been sufficient resources, operational resources, Madam Speaker.
We all take responsibility.
We all must take responsibility for that failure, Madam Speaker.
Yes, sir.
And so, Madam Speaker, the folks who live in East Grand Bahama,
I'll give it you now.
the residents who live in East Grand Bahama, and Madam Speaker, even today, and I'm sure moving forward, there is going to be additional fires that happen. There's going to be additional wind that continues to come, and we must have those additional resources. We must have the additional fire trucks. We also must have the additional manpower, Madam Speaker. We must have those additional manpower on the ground, Madam Speaker, to assist in fighting those fires. Madam Speaker, one thing we also should do a better job in is organizing a volunteer firefighting program, because the industrial areas, they have big water tankers, and they were able to maneuver hoses to those water tankers. And I know there was one in particular, two in particular, who I saw on the ground. And they were able to get into areas that the big fire truck couldn't get into. They were able to assist residents when the big fire truck was fighting someplace else. They were able to assist residents in fighting. But we should organize those situations that if we have, God forbid, another day, like day before yesterday, we should organize a situation where you have volunteer firefighters who can use these tanker trucks to assist in making sure that they supplement what is happening on the ground. We also, Madam Speaker, must do a better job in advising residents as to what best should be done. We should advise them and have the fire department provide the necessary information for them. A lot of what took place that day, Madam Speaker, was out of panic and sheer fear. Understandable fear, because if you see a 20-foot fireball right outside your gate, you are going to be fearful in terms of what should happen. But we ought to be able to provide the necessary information in terms of putting a fire, for those who can, to put at least a firewall. When I say firewall, I mean make sure that against your fence is clear, and then that way it can provide some additional backup to make sure that the fire doesn't come. Because, Madam Speaker, what I saw, in particular in one area that was in Midshipman, where the fire walked from the bush and it walked along the grass and came right up to person's house. So again, Madam Speaker, those are things that I believe ought to be done, things that I believe we on this side believe in. The plan that has been put together by the member for Marcos City, supported by the member for St. Barnabas. Again, that plan, Madam Speaker, also speaks to ensuring that we have the necessary fire resources in Grand Bahama, but that we also have the necessary fire resources throughout our family islands, Madam Speaker. What took place 2 days ago and yesterday, I understand how in California you could have lost so many houses because that fire moved so quickly, and if the conditions are dry and the wind is blowing, Madam Speaker, we were fighting a fire on the outside of the person's property, and when we looked, the fire had already blown onto the coconut tree inside their yard. So we had to stop from that and wet up the coconut tree so that the coconut tree didn't burn down and that it didn't spread to the house. So again, Madam Speaker, I could understand again how those things could happen. But I want to, again, as I close, I want to commend the residents and let them know, Madam Speaker, that we on this side, we support them. Yes. We stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Yes. And we are, some people laughed and say, what you can do with a water hose? Well, Madam Speaker, if a constituent is on the outside and he's fighting a fire with a water hose, Madam Speaker, I can stand shoulder to shoulder with him and I can fight that fire, even if it's with a water hose or a bucket, to ensure that we help them in protecting their homes. So, Madam Speaker, we on this side, we support the bill. We support what is being proposed. But, Madam Speaker, we need and must have the necessary resources to fight these fires in Grand Bahama. Thank you much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the recognition. I stand here today on the goodwill of the people of Central Grand Bahama and through the grace of Almighty God to represent them in this honorable House. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister of Labor for a meeting last week that was arranged with the Professional Golfers Federation. They had a very good meeting, and they thank you, and they are extremely hopeful that the Federation will grow. So we appreciate you making time to meet with that group. Madam Speaker, I'll be very brief, but to add to what East Grand Bahama stated, the situation in Grand Bahama is extremely serious. And as I travel along East Sunrise Highway from east to west, I was faced with a wall of fire and the smoke. And if you remember, I almost lost my life last June when a power pole crashed in the road in front of me. And as I saw some of those poles burning and leaning towards the road, I had a flashback. And I basically stopped my car, jumped out, and was asking drivers behind me to please stop. We couldn't see because visibility was zero. And person was trying to get through. I almost attempted to go through, but not knowing how far the smoke was, I decided to stop. And thank God the police officers arrived on the scene, and they put up the cones, and they stopped those vehicular traffickers from moving into those danger zones. So once again, thank you to the member and all those who volunteered, the homeowners. We sympathize with you because besides the fire, there's also some serious issues with smoke. Madam Speaker, I was happy to partner with the Rand Memorial Hospital on Monday, where an initiative that was started in 2018, the Central Grand Bahama Wellness Mission, where we give out items to the hospital. We give out wheelchairs, we give out, in the past, we give out walkers, bed pads, adult diapers, baby diapers, and in some instances, even body bags. And that program was interrupted in 2019, but we reestablished it on Monday, where quite a bit of supplies was given out to the PEDS ward, Pampers, wipes, moisturizers, medicated creams, critical items that they made an appeal for, and that was well received on Monday when they made the donation. And I appeal to the public to partner with the RAN. You know, we often complain, but that is our primary healthcare facility in Grand Bahama. So instead of complaining consistently, we decided to take action and make a difference. And Madam Speaker and colleagues, through the grace of the Almighty God, I'll be celebrating my birthday on May 3rd. I'll be hitting my 6th decade on this earth. And I'm planning on having my birthday party at the Rand Memorial Hospital, where I came into this world. And I'm inviting the whole Bahamas, Grand Bahama, to come celebrate me. We set up a tent and come and bring a gift, party with a purpose. Come to the party, bring some Pampers, bring some blankets, some Tams, socks, baby food, even adult diapers to the Rand Hospital on that day. We'll properly advertise it. And also, there's always this constant appeal for the gift of life. So we'll also do a blood drive. Yes, I'm proud to say I'll be 60 years old. I have no issue with that. I'm embracing it. I'm embracing my gray hair. I'm embracing life. And I've seen you on it. So if that's going to give me some privileges, I'm going to make that official and let the world know.
Go to the senior line.
Let the world, and on the bank line now, I'm going to go to the, don't mind how I look, I'm going to go to the senior line and be ecstatic. Ain't no shame in my game. I'm embracing. Ain't no shame in my game. I'm embracing. I mean, I feel 35, but I'm not third in long line if I don't have to. But no, on a serious note, I am planning on doing that. I will seek permission from the hospital, and I'm inviting my colleagues, not only Central Grand Bahama, but entire island of Grand Bahama, particularly the Mayborn. And the duty nurse was very pleased with that announcement and made a statement that she's hoping that on that morning, May 3rd, a baby is born, or babies, and we'll do a major presentation to the mother. Yeah, name Aram? Name Aram. Oh, my middle name. So again, further announcement will be made along that line, Madam Speaker. Briefly, to speak to the bill, the proposed Defense Amendment Bill 2025, Madam Speaker and colleagues, specifically focus on the repeal and replacement of Section 18 of the Defense Act. This amendment seeks to standardize the retirement age for Marines in the regular force at 60, while also addressing re-engagement procedures. It's crucial that we carefully consider the implication of this change while we proceed. Madam Speaker, currently Section 18 allows Marines who have completed 30 years of service or another prescribed period to re-engage with the force until a prescribed age. This system allows for experienced personnel to remain within the ranks, potentially providing valuable mentorship and institutional knowledge. Madam Speaker, the proposed amendment repeals the existing Section 18 and replaces it with a new one. The new section establishes a fixed retirement age of 60 for all Marines, regardless of their years of service. It also introduces a requirement for Marines who retire to reapply for re-engagement within 6 months of their retirement date. There are some pros to this bill, Madam Speaker. The fixed age of 60 provides clarity and uniformity, simplifying personnel management and potentially reducing ambiguity surrounding retirement eligibility. This can contribute to better workforce planning and, of course, resources allocation. Madam Speaker, the fixed retirement age can create opportunities for new recruits to advance within the ranks, bringing in fresh perspective and, of course, skills. This can contribute to a more dynamic and adaptable defense force. Madam Speaker, predictable retirement timelines can aid in long-term budget planning, allowing for more accurate forecasting of pension and other post-service benefits. Madam Speaker, there are some challenges. A mandatory retirement age of 60 could lead to the loss of highly experienced and skilled Marines who are still physically and mentally capable of serving. This loss of expertise could negatively impact the effectiveness of the defense force, particularly in specialized areas. Madam Speaker, the amendment might disincentivize long service, as Marines may feel that their experience is not adequately valued if they are required to retire at 60, regardless of their performance or desire to continue serving. Madam Speaker, the requirement for retirees to reapply for re-engagement within 6 months could create an unnecessary administrative burden to both the individual Marines and the defense force. This process may not be efficient and could potentially lead to delays in re-engaging valuable personnel. Madam Speaker, if a large number of experienced Marines, just for consideration, retire around the same time, it could create significant skill gaps within the defense force, requiring substantial investment in training and development to fill those gaps. Now that we've pointed out some of the challenges, these are some proposed solutions. Careful consideration, Madam Speaker, should be given to a transitional arrangement to mitigate the impact of the new retirement age on existing personnel. Perhaps a phased implementation could be considered. Madam Speaker, the criteria for re-engagement should be clearly defined and transparent to ensure fairness and, of course, consistency. The process should be streamlined to minimize administrative burden. Madam Speaker, the Defense Force should identify critical roles requiring specialized skills and consider exceptions to the mandatory retirement age for individuals in these roles, subject to rigorous assessment of their fitness and, more importantly, their performance. Madam Speaker, it is essential that the Defense Force consult, and hoping that they did, with serving Marines and relevant stakeholders to gather their input and address their concerns regarding the proposed changes. And as I promised, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I'll say while the proposed amendment offers potential benefits in terms of clarity and uniformity, we must also acknowledge the potential risks associated with the loss of experienced personnel and administrative burden of the re-engagement process. I urge my parliamentarians to carefully consider these factors and adopt a balanced approach that ensures the continued effectiveness and strength of our defense force, which is, of course, what we are trying to do. A thorough review of the re-engagement criteria and robust transitional plan are crucial for the successful implementation of this amendment that, as we indicated on this side, we all support. And true to my word, Madam Speaker and colleagues, I say I will be brief, but as I open, I also want to close by inviting you all to my birthday party on May 3rd. And I'm happy that the good doctor is here, where I'm seeking permission to have this on the grounds of the Rand Memorial Hospital, where persons will bring gifts to me, earmarked for the hospital. Baby items, food, clothing. Someone's asking if the Parliament is going to pay for their plane ticket. That'll be up for consideration. And also, as we all know, there's a consistent plea for the gift of life, blood. We'll also seek to have a major blood drive on that same day. So, Madam Speaker, Central Grand Bahama supports this bill and hereby rests.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for
Madam
Freetown.
Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt Central Grand Bahama, but I can assure him that to address persons who reach 60, when this bill is passed, it's intended to lay a regulation to increase the age of service in the Royal Bahamas Defence Force reserves from 60 to 65, and it is subject to passing a fitness test.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini? The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while traveling in, I heard briefly some remarks by a member of Freetown. I don't know whether it was a rebuttal or a part of his debate. But Freetown, let me say for the record, I believe you're pretty. And I know you're handsome. So those who doubt you, you have my support. Madam Speaker, I rise today to make my contribution to this defense, the Amendment Bill 2025. And I want to thank the constituents of Kalani for giving me this opportunity again to speak on their behalf. This bill, Madam Speaker, seeks to repeal Section 18 of the Act to permit all Marines to retire at the age of 60. On the face of it, this amendment seems straightforward. I want to say that when we were in government, we had looked at this as well as extending the retirement for those of the pilots who were in a similar situation. Madam Speaker, it extends the retirement age out from previous prescribed periods to the age of 60. However, in the context of the recent revelations regarding the extremely high number of retirees brought back to service by this PLP administration, questions must be asked about the potential use or misuse of powers under this amendment. The amendment states, that, quote, 1, notwithstanding anything in Section 17, any Marine of the regular force who at any time has completed 30 years of service or such other prescribed period may, with the approval of the competent authority, re-engaged with the regular force for such further period or periods of service as may be prescribed until he attains the age of 60 years. 2, a person to whom this section applies who retires from the Defense Force shall, within 6 months from the date of his retirement, reapply for re-engagement. Madam Speaker, I support moving the Defense Force retirement age to 60. That sets it in line with the Royal Bahamas Police Force. This will allow us to have our experienced Defense Force officers serve longer in this great, recognized, established organization. And what this bill also allows for is the rehiring of Defense Force officers who have already met the existing retirement criteria. They will be allowed to come back and serve until they are 60. An administration more committed to good governance instead of politicizing our national security institutions would not abuse such powers. It would only bring back a few necessary officers who may have retired but still have a crucial role to play until age 60. Madam Speaker, can we say that about this administration? That's a question. The question to the Bahamian populace. Can we say that about this administration? I fear that this New Day administration may abuse this provision.
The chair recognizes the honourable member from Freetown.
I'm reading the act. But the act, Madam Speaker, defines competent authority not as a member of the political directorate, but as an officer of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. The regulation designates it to be the commander of the Defense Force unless he delegates it to another officer. And so as much as the other side thinks that the Minister of National Security commands the police, commands the Defense Force, if they would read the legislation and the Constitution, competent authority here means the Commander Defense Force, not the Minister of National Security, not any other political being.
Madam Speaker, I never called Freetown's name. I don't know what happened to him this morning. Don't be too defensive. But it is a matter of trust. I don't trust you. The Bahamian people don't trust you. And you don't have trust among yourselves. Madam Speaker, I fear, though, that this New Day administration may abuse this provision. I fear. If you continue, if you listen to me, as I proceed, you will hear. I don't, anyhow. This Davis administration, Madam Speaker, has already brought back nearly 500 retirees. According to the information provided to this House by the Labor Minister, nearly all of them are making salaries and collecting pensions. We should not forget the many, I'm going to get into that. When I speak, I defend what I did. We should not forget the many retired public officers they also brought back at the beginning of this administration. The PLP is clearly committed to a policy of mass double dipping. And the country must remember the massive wage bill running into the many, many tens of millions for PLP consultants. No wonder, Madam Speaker, no wonder the government has already gone way past their own deficit projections, including for travel. Facts. Madam Speaker, how many Defense Force officers does this government intend to bring back through this amendment? Question. Will it be a small number of the necessary people, or will it be every retired Defense Force officer they can find who they believe to support the PLP? This issue of retirees being brought back, is a sensitive one in our country. We have had a high youth unemployment rate for some time, and many people have stopped looking for work. The economy is slowing, given various events overseas. There are new worries about inflation getting worse internationally as well as here at home. The growth that started under the previous P-R-E-V-I-O-U-S, previous FNM government is starting to fall off. It's starting to fall off because the PLP administration has no new ideas. Young Bahamians, Madam Speaker, were shocked to learn of the large number of retirees the PLP brought back on double pay. These young Bahamians want to know when it will be their time. The PLP, in its blueprint manifesto, promised a, quote, progressive youth agenda, end quote, which was just more public relations and big talk. They said they would, quote, ensure access to opportunities irrespective of who you know, end quote. Was this the policy they applied in the Bahamas mooring deal? That secret, lucrative deal to a company, a monopoly on 4,600 acres of prime seabed in Exuma. And Madam Speaker, I will lay more damning questions about this mooring deal during this debate at the appropriate time. So I want individuals to listen to the damning questions. Madam Speaker, if I had time, I would have placed one now, but I'm sure I will be questioned about relevance. And therefore, it'll come at the appropriate time. The PLP has betrayed the youth. The PLP has decided to cling to the old crew they have taken care of time and time again while in power. And some of these people are now enjoying massive six-figure salaries, while young Bahamians get a job in the public service or other state agencies.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Golden Gates.
Madam Speaker, I would like to address the statements that the member for Kalani is putting out because they're false. Yes, we have 450, which represents 1.9% of our public service, re-engaged retirees, 1.9%.
Say the number.
Many have been kept on by this administration, who are indeed retirees who were brought back by Kalani's administration. We didn't send them home. We continued their employment because they are public servants who are serving in capacities that are necessary. Oddly, the member for Kalani says that this administration does not respect youth. But in the same vein of these 1.9% of retirees that are returned, we have over 10% of our public service is now made up of young people under the age of 35 who were brought back in the same period of past 3.5 years by this administration, young people who are hired into the public service. Other than young people being hired into the public service, we are securing positions for the young people that are in the public service, namely many of our 52-week. All of them are not young, but the lion's share of those 765 public PSPEP employees that were regularized are under the age of 35. I have addressed what St. Barnabas is speaking of before. The 1,200, if we go back to the article in the Tribune on January of 2022, where we addressed the 1,200 that they left in the balance, that is exclusive of the 765 that were. So since you want me to reiterate that, I shall. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we have programs where we have the National Youth Guard, all under the age of 35. We have the Royal Bahamas Police Force, Defense Force, Bahamas Department of Corrections, and even Customs, who have taken on, and Immigration, who have taken on classes over the past 3 years that are all young people in the hundreds. So, Madam Speaker, this narrative that the good doctor from Kalani continues to spew is false. The data, I don't go on emotion. The data speaks for itself.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
It's deceptive what Kalani is doing. He's supporting an act, a bill, that will bring back persons who have retired on pension and pay them. That is what the Defense Amendment Bill does. And as I pointed out, the precursor of this bill was passed by Kalani's administration. And if he was here, the listing that I produced that showed the people who the competent authority has continued, most of them were continued under his administration. And he continually overlooks that it's a judgment of the Defense Force as to who they retain and not politics. And so on the one hand, Madam Speaker, it seems very schizophrenic. On the one hand, they say we're to be cursed for bringing back persons on pension and paying them. Then we heard this morning, not only do we need to bring back the police and pay them, 200 and something are in the number that they quote, bring back Defense Force Marines and pay them, who are also included in the numbers. But we heard this morning, we should let them serve even before 60. So it's very schizophrenic. On the one hand, don't do it at all, and on the other hand, do it beyond 60, that you do it now. And really, Kalani should know better. This bill is simply deleting the R40 that his administration passes. So he well knows that these Marines that come back will be counted in this number of retirees who are called back, just like the police are counted in the number of the retirees who are called back. They don't seem to like either. They don't seem to be able to make up their minds whether they want to support them or not.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member Golden Gate.
I also wanted to address the matter of consultants. If we look at the consultants that our administration has brought in, they too, the lion's share under our young people. We have a director of communications, we have a director of investment, we have directors across our public service who are under the age of 50. So this narrative that young people are disenfranchised under this administration is absolutely false based on the facts. I remember there was a program in the Ministry of Youth, Be Inspired program, that was canceled under Kalani's administration. So if there is a record to show of who is for the young people and who is not, let the records reflect that this administration is not only putting its money where its mouth is when it comes to the young people, but is putting our support and our confidence in the young people in our country.
Thank you, honourable member.
Can I speak now? No, I ain't started yet. Madam Speaker, I feel today like I am in a movie house with all this popping up and down like popcorn. Popcorn. The whole gist is a matter of trust. And yes, Freetown, Kalani knows better, and Kalani also knows a lot. Some of these people, Madam Speaker, are now enjoying massive six-figure salaries, while young Bahamians cannot get a job in the public service or other state agencies. Young Bahamians want to know when the Davis administration will look out for them and give them their chance at employment. If the PLP brings back a large, listen now, if the PLP brings back a large number of retired Defense Force officers, what will happen to the current officers in the force who are looking for advancement? Will the retirees get all the senior posts until they are 60 and cause the young officers to be stuck in the same posts in their careers for years to come? Now, Madam Speaker, let me talk about the policy. I asked, there was a policy that was brought in under the Hubert Ingram administration, and yes, retirees were brought back, and those retirees, their pension was frozen, so they did not get pension as well as, allow me to speak, pension as well as salaries. There would have been a few circumstances where individuals were definitely needed, and therefore there would have been a few circumstances. My administration carried on that policy so as to avoid or minimize as much as possible the double dipping. There were some circumstances where that had to be adjusted. Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member
Is
for
a
Freetown.
patent falsehood. The police who were brought back by Kalani's administration were paid their pensions and their salaries, as were the Royal Bahamas Defense Force Marines. And I do recall getting quite a bit of money from the public treasury in the instance in which Kalani's administration sought to do otherwise and deprive people of their earned pensions. But the police who he brought back were paid their pensions and their salaries. The Defense Force Marines they brought back were paid their pensions and their salaries. And unlike him, I could get the pleadings from the other people who they were forced to pay, because once a pension is earned, it's earned.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I did say, I spoke about our policy, and I also said there were some special circumstances. If the member had listened, So again, Madam Speaker, one of the challenges, a lot of individuals were brought back, when I get to that part. Again, I support the amendment to this law, amendment to the law, but many Bahamians fear that the PLP will abuse the law. Many Bahamians fear that the PLP will not be measured and judicious when it comes to stacking the government with consultants and retirees. Madam Speaker, I spoke about our policy, the policy that was introduced under the Hubert Ingram administration that we carried on. And still, individuals would have argued that they must be back so that they can train the young people behind them. But the argument, Madam Speaker, if they had sat in a post for 20 years and did not train them, do you seriously believe that it would make a difference coming back upon retiring to train individuals? I don't think so. Madam Speaker, I support the FNM's announced Project Fair Play in an effort to end the abuse of excessive rehiring of retirees. The plan focuses on reinstating the Young Professional Program, establishing a succession planning strategy, ensuring transparency in senior management appointments, advancing young Bahamian professionals, limiting the rehiring of retirees, ensuring public disclosure of retiree hiring, and ending double dipping on public pensions. The FNM is a party that cares about our public institutions and reforming government. We always have to clean up a mess when the people call on us to take over from the PLP. The PLP's focus lies elsewhere. The governing party is more concerned with pleasing its supporters with plush jobs and contracts at great expense to the public treasury. Now that we know there are nearly 500 retirees rehired, I wonder how many more the PLP intends to bring back before its terms end. Will there be another 100, or will it be 200? Or does the PLP intend to double up and add another 500 retirees before the next election? We are getting, Madam Speaker, into election season, and I warn Bahamians that the PLP will become more and more reckless in how they spend the people's money trying to hang on to power. They will hire more PLP consultants. They will give even more contracts to PLP business people. They will bring back even more PLP retirees. Madam Speaker, none of this may be necessary or for the good governance of our Commonwealth. What we will see over the next two budgets is the PLP's desperate attempt to hold on to power after an unsuccessful term in office. I don't want to see the PLP cause strife in the Defense Force via this bill. I fear the PLP will pressure the Defense Force to take back retirees who are their supporters. The Defense Force may not even want to take some of these people back, but this New Day administration is aggressive and will push the case. I again ask the Prime Minister to be reasonable with this new law. Madam Speaker, as this is a national security bill, I will say a few words on crime before I take my seat. When it comes to the issue of crime, the PLP has had a challenging term. In the PLP first full year in office in 2022, there were 128 murders. This was the second most in our history. This was followed by 110 murders in 2023 and 120 last year. Our country should have 20. Our country should have 20 or fewer murders per year based on international standards. We are far above that number. The Commissioner of Police, in her end of year report, noted that most other categories of crime were down in 2023. I hope, Madam Speaker, the entire force supports and defend the new commissioner as well as her deputies and assistants and other officers. Madam Speaker, the police force is like a family, and they should all act accordingly, protecting each other. I was impressed, Madam Speaker. I went on a police force walk on Saturday. I was impressed that there were more than 1,000 individuals, both policemen and civilians, supporting the police force. But what impressed me most was watching the movements of the commissioner, the new female commissioner of police, and her senior command, deputy commissioners, assistant commissioners, and others. They, Madam Speaker, were actually walking about, introducing themselves, engaging in conversations with civilians, with policemen. I mean, Madam Speaker, the type of positive engagement and listening on the side, the response to of the individual speaking with the command sector of the police force. Madam Speaker, that points out to me that this police force, the commissioner and her senior personnel, has the support of the nation. And I hope that that support will continue not only throughout the nation, but also on the police force. So, Madam Speaker, observing their behavior and their movement and conversing with the populace that were there, I can say I congratulate the senior command of the police force. Madam Speaker, major crimes were down 10%. The country is pleased to hear this. We have also had a smaller number of murders in the first 2 months of this year as compared to the same period of the previous years of the PLP's term. I hope this reduction of murders holds for the entire year. I do not wish failure on the PLP when it comes to crime. All of my criticism of the administration has been for its lack of results on the issue. I want us to have a low murder count this year and going forward, as too many of our people have lost their lives to senseless violence. I call on the administration to continue giving the police, prosecutors, and courts all the resources needed to process matters faster. We also need to invest historic amounts in youth programs so that our young people choose productive lives rather than the path of crime and violence. And every dollar we spend on youth intervention is spent well on building a safer Bahamas. The PLP, Madam Speaker, should take some of that travel money they're spending on big trips, fancy hotel rooms, cocktail parties, and receptions, and invest it in youth development programs. Sadly, their priority is living their best life instead of helping our young people to truly live their best life. Madam Speaker, you know, when we had given the approval for the new cruise port, there were lots of objections and whatever. The revenue stream has increased since then. And many Bahamians are smiling today. Many Bahamians are smiling today. They who had invested in the port, Madam Speaker, here in New Providence, they would have gotten dividends in December. They, I'm they.
Confession is good for soul.
Not they now, they. December. And Madam Speaker, this is now March the 19th, and they will get more today. but yet, it was considered a bad investment. And with the rate things going, Madam Speaker, with the rate things going, they will get again in September, October. I don't know. I don't know. But, Madam Speaker, in spite of the criticisms about the bad deal, Madam Speaker, I can say my pocket is empty, truly empty. But as of the 19th, it would have something. It will have something. Madam Speaker, I support the Defense Amendment Bill 2025. I support our Defense Force officers and hope the amendment helps make the force a better organization. I truly support the police force. I think they're doing an excellent job. I think they have established a great communication network with the public. I think the public, observing the over 1,000 individuals that were present, it was quite evident that the public, many of them young people who are the future of this country, obviously demonstrated great respect for the police senior personnel at that particular event. And I hope that respect continues throughout our society, because the police force can demonstrate the proper direction for the Bahamas. But, Madam Speaker, as I have 2 minutes, and I had mentioned mooring, I just want to just give a little taste of the questions that are coming. Madam Speaker, I know I have 2 minutes. I know questions coming, but the public just want to hear one now, and it's coming back again. I know the Honorable Prime Minister will take responsibility for all press statements that are released by his office. Hence, I am duty-bound to ask him several more questions about the Bahamas Mooring Limited. Comes to trust. In a press statement dated February 23, 2025, the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas stated that, I quote, Bahamas Mooring Limited, a company in which the government holds equity, has been granted a seabed lease to install 253 moorings at key locations throughout the Exuma Keys. Based on this statement, I'll ask the Prime Minister, please let the Bahamian people know how many shares, since he said equity, how many shares does the Bahamian government hold in Bahamas Moorings Limited? It's critical that you answer this question, because any shares that our government holds are in trust for the Bahamian people. And please produce the evidence to show that the government of Bahamas actually holds shares in this company, or the Bahamian people will believe that your office was not being truthful to them. The whole argument today is a matter of trust. Madam Speaker, I support the bill.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
Madam Speaker, before St. Barnabas begins, we are near 1 p.m., but I'm told that St. Barnabas is the last speaker on their side. And so I would move that we wrap up rather than break for 2 hours and come back. It might assist colleagues from Grand Bahama who like to get back home. Consider that an early birthday present, Central Grand Bahama.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honourable Member. It's been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceed beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House will proceed beyond the 1 p.m. hour. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't intend to be very long, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the good people of St. Barnabas, namely the communities of Coconut Grove, Big Pond, Black Village, Rock Crusher, and the Oaksfield community, to contribute to this debate, Madam Speaker, Defense Amendment Bill 2025, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I give Almighty God thanks for allowing me to wake up today in what I will continue to contend is the greatest country in the world, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and it continues to be a privilege to represent the people of St. Barnabas and, by extension, the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill, as has been said by a number of persons on this side this morning, is within the realm of the whole national security apparatus, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And so besides the bill itself, Madam Speaker, I'd like to address a few matters of national security considerations and interests, Madam Speaker. But before I get there, Madam Speaker, it's just one issue I wish to just mention, Madam Speaker, that's been in the papers in the, I guess in the last 48 hours, Madam Speaker. Let me just say from the onset of this particular note, Madam Speaker, that we understand the University of the Bahamas does not, and some of its movements, if you will, does not necessarily fall under the remit for the member of Angliston. And I think it's important because when, in this regard, when constructive criticism or concern is given, the Bahamian people fully appreciate the dynamics of what that involves and on whose authority or remit it finds itself, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've had this discussion about when will we entrust the Bahamian with the leadership of the University of the Bahamas. It has been an ongoing conversation, particularly, Madam Speaker, particularly in the last couple of years, Madam Speaker. Yeah, let me qualify, Madam Speaker. Let me qualify that, Madam Speaker. Why we can't consistently, Madam Speaker, right? Why we can't consistently have a Bahamian at the helm of the University of the Bahamas, our tertiary education. A number of persons, Bahamian people have been concerned about this, Madam Speaker. We constantly hear the refrain, Madam Speaker, that the most qualified person was selected, Madam Speaker. When will we get to the point, Madam Speaker, that we ensure that consistently that a qualified Bahamian is at the helm of the University of the Bahamas? Because, Madam Speaker, what it speaks to, Madam Speaker, is clearly we are missing something, Madam Speaker. And this is not a political statement. It's just a statement of a big concern that the Bahamian people have. When will we have the confidence in our own, Madam Speaker? Because we constantly hear, not yet, we still waiting, again, on persons who are qualified, the person who got the job. So when will we ensure that you have a Bahamian consistently, Madam Speaker, at the helm of the University of the Bahamas? And what are we saying, Madam Speaker, to our people and to the students of the University of the Bahamas, if we are not preparing in a proper way some succession planning, Madam Speaker? So that's just something, Madam Speaker, that I just wish to just emphasize this morning as we get into this debate. Madam Speaker, this bill, the Defense Amendment Bill 2025, Madam Speaker, I support, as has been stated by members on this side, and its importance in the ongoing administration of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I was preparing for this debate, Madam Speaker, I was reminded, Madam Speaker, that in about 6 weeks or so, we will celebrate 45 years, 45-year anniversary of the sinking of the HMBS Flamingo. And it is just a reminder on the backdrop of what we do here today, Madam Speaker, that the level of selfless service that members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, and indeed all of the members of all the armed forces, gives our country. And while, Madam Speaker, we have not seen in recent times an incident of that magnitude that happened 45 years ago, Madam Speaker, it still serves as a reminder, Madam Speaker, of the great sacrifice that our members of the uniformed services, the sacrifices that they make every single day, Madam Speaker. Most of us in here, if not all persons in here, has either an immediate family member or some family member that's in one part of the uniformed branches, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the reality of it is when our family members go out on a daily basis, there is no guarantee that they will return. And that is often taken for granted, Madam Speaker, whether it's members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, whether it's members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, whether it's members of the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services, Madam Speaker. So we owe them a great deal of gratitude, Madam Speaker, and we continue to be grateful for their service, Madam Speaker, to our country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, outside of the bill itself, Madam Speaker, there are a number of concerns, number of issues affecting the Royal Bahamas Defense Force that I wish to speak about. Some have already been spoken to and spoken about, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of the members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force who are in Haiti, Madam Speaker. I know here a BBC report, Kenyan police officer killed confronting gang members in Haiti, Madam Speaker. And in this report, Madam Speaker, it references the concern about the state, if you will, of support for this multinational force, citing a few policy decisions that have been made by the United States government. And it says here that the future of the multinational force, which has officers from the Bahamas, Belize, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Jamaica among its ranks, was thrown into doubt some weeks ago when the Trump administration ordered a freeze on foreign aid programs. Now, it did go on to say that the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, later approved a waiver for U.S. funds destined for the MSS and the Haiti's National Police. But it is not yet clear whether the U.S. government supports the MSS into a UN peacekeeping operation, which would make its funding more secure. So, Madam Speaker, one of the things that we want to be sure on this side that the government continues to be diligent in that regard as we continue to watch the state of affairs in Haiti and how certain policies, whether from the U.S. government or otherwise, changes the situation in Haiti, and that may allow our Marines, our personnel, to possibly become more vulnerable, and that we are ready to act accordingly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Marco City talked about the issues of members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. A number of them have continued to call us about payment and compensation, Madam Speaker. So we call upon the government, Madam Speaker, to work even harder, Madam Speaker, because as the member for Marco City said, that we understand that some payments have been made, but we want the government to work even harder to ensure that these persons are properly compensated. We've gotten concerns about the, I guess what is the distinction between gratuities and pension, and how the computation and how it's allotted, and how it's worked out, how it's calculated, and that it's different for members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force because it's not based just on their basic base pay, base salary, but also the allowances as well, Madam Speaker. And so that is something that we hope the government, again, would be more aggressive with in working these out for the members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member.
This is the second time this has come from the other side. The persons who benefit most from the calculations are the former commodores of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force who have responsibility allowances and other allowances in large numbers. That does not impact the rank and file generally, whose uniform allowance was included in their calculations. I would invite the member for St. Barnabas, the member for Marco City, to submit to me a comprehensive name of persons who they say are disadvantaged, and I can report directly to this House on each and every one of them.
Thank you, honourable.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill, Madam Speaker, as I said a few minutes ago, is very important to the full functioning and administrative prospects and future prospects for the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Madam Speaker. There is a thing, if you will, for lack of a better word, Madam Speaker, I believe in our country that we have to be very careful about how we utilize or not utilize or cast to the side, Madam Speaker, the persons who continue to have valuable assets, Madam Speaker, within context, Madam Speaker, because there is this debate, obviously, that's happened over the last couple of weeks about retirees, and do we want to keep the system clogged and so forth, and that is legitimate, Madam Speaker. And so, as the member for Marco City has said, and indeed the entire opposition, that these issues are based on the context that we find ourselves in. In this case, Madam Speaker, obviously there are a number of members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force who have certain skill sets that's important to a force like the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Madam Speaker. And we want to be able, Madam Speaker, to ensure that we have an inventory, if you will, of those skill sets that allows us to have an effective running Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Madam Speaker. As we know, we have persons who are medics and armorers and mechanics, mechanical engineers, radio technicians, hull engineers, Madam Speaker, chefs, cooks, quartermasters, Madam Speaker, nurses, medical doctors, and even lawyers, Madam Speaker. And so again, we are smart enough, intelligent enough, and focused enough, Madam Speaker, as a country to deal with these two issues. Some may suggest that sometimes there's a tension between who do we keep with certain skill sets or bring back while at the same time ensuring, Madam Speaker, that the path is paved for younger Bahamians, Madam Speaker, who don't want, they resist the brain drain, if you will, but they want to come back home, Madam Speaker, to be a part of the continuing building of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and they want to be a part of not only the private sector, but be a part of the public service, Madam Speaker. And it's something that we can achieve, Madam Speaker, if we are diligent, Madam Speaker, and our intention is a good one, Madam Speaker. And obviously, person would speak to one of the things that you can definitely try to avoid, Madam Speaker, is not allowing politics, if you will, to determine those things, Madam Speaker. And we could have another debate about, Madam Speaker, about politics and the employment of individuals and so forth, Madam Speaker, but that's obviously a topic for another day, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, so we support this bill, Madam Speaker. It is important, Madam Speaker, I'll say again on the heels of what I just said, the politicalization, sorry, of the armed forces, Madam Speaker, getting a little tongue-tied there, Madam Speaker. It's important, Madam Speaker, for the development of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And even when that is said, I'm sure Bahamians who are listening and watching would say, yeah, right, Cartwright, y'all ain't do it, they ain't gonna do it, and so forth, Madam Speaker. But seriously, Madam Speaker, it is something that we really have to work on, Madam Speaker. And I do believe, Madam Speaker, it will portend well for the future of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker, if it is something that we work very diligently on to ensure that it is kept to a minimum. Some would say that ain't gonna never happen, but the truth is, Madam Speaker, we have to find some ways to navigate the waters of political support, even in its most sincere and justifiable sense, Madam Speaker, along with the needs of the country and what we need to do again for the betterment of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this conversation also lends itself about a broader discussion, Madam Speaker, about national security in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And the truth is, Madam Speaker, this government has been failing on that front, Madam Speaker. And as much as they beat their chest, Madam Speaker, as much as they beat their chest to try to convince themselves that they have been great stewards, if you will, of the national security apparatus of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, there is enough evidence to indicate otherwise, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I wish to share with this House, because I think that context, Madam Speaker, is very important. I wish to share with this House, Madam Speaker, a few excerpts, Madam Speaker, from the Leader of the Opposition on October 6, 2017, and this was the contribution to thank the Governor General for the speech from the throne. And in it, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis, MP for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, elucidated and articulated some views on crime, Madam Speaker. And he says that I've said that crime is not just an important issue. Crime is the most important issue facing the Bahamas. A government's first responsibility is to protect its citizens. And we are traversing most violent years in our nation's history. Keeping people safe is a small thing. On the contrary, it is everything. If our homes and streets are not safe, we cannot do great things as a nation. We cannot look to a prosperous future. We must win the war against violence. The alternative is unimaginable. He He goes on to say, I needed to register that as a priority. But he goes on, the carnage is a matter of grave concern to all Bahamians. There are too many reports of horrific nights of violence and bold-faced daytime gunslinging. Innocents at both ends of the age spectrum are affected. This will surely erode confidence in public institutions, mandated to protect public safety and security, while threatening our social and economic stability. We cannot allow this phenomenon to continue. Bahamians still do not feel safe in their homes, on the streets, or in the workplace. I am not interested in the foolish argument advanced by some apologists about bad boys killing bad boys. That does not give cover to a government with no plan to fight crime and fails to address the murder of innocent, law-abiding citizens and residents. Goes on, violence requires the government to go to another level. Violence requires the government to go to another level. On an emergency basis, they must collaborate with all relevant stakeholders in our country to develop a comprehensive plan that will yield results, both in the immediate short term and in the long term. This must be done as a matter of urgency, and the official opposition stands ready to collaborate in this national effort. Let's get to work. Madam Speaker, I read those words of then Leader of the Opposition and now Prime Minister, because even in that context, Madam Speaker, he was right. The sense of urgency, Madam Speaker, that was then is now. And so, Madam Speaker, those words that the now Prime Minister, then the Leader of Opposition, spoke then, rings true to this day. But now these words, justifiably that the Prime Minister would have, at that time the Leader of the Opposition would have given then, lay squarely at the feet, Madam Speaker, of this government today, Madam Speaker. And before the government gets into, or any government member gets into crime as a political football, Madam Speaker, we will remind them again that it was the other side that put up the billboards around the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, New Providence in particular, to remind us of the murder count in the lead up to that particular election. But we will not do that. But we feel that it's important, Madam Speaker, for us, Madam Speaker, in our duty to hold the government accountable with what they've promised the people, Madam Speaker, what they promised the Bahamian people, and that they are not living up to that, Madam Speaker. Because when they came in, Madam Speaker, they promised a lot of solutions to crime, Madam Speaker. In their blueprint for change, they talked about what they would do to address the crime issues in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And to this day, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people have not felt that they have adequately addressed these issues, Madam Speaker, in a significant way, Madam Speaker, that they can truly boast to any degree that they have control of crime in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And we have consistently said, Madam Speaker, that we don't blame the Prime Minister or anybody in government for a murder that happens out there, Madam Speaker. However, we have a duty through what we've been tasked with on behalf of the Bahamian people to remind them of what they promised the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker. The blueprint for change, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people call it the blueprint for pain. The PLP will ensure that the necessary reforms are executed for a safe Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And it goes on, Madam Speaker, to list a number of things that they would do, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this was a government, Madam Speaker, even as it relates to the short spotter, Madam Speaker, this was a government where the opposition that said that the short spotter isn't helping us, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, since that was uttered by the opposition when they were in opposition, Madam Speaker, we have the former Commissioner of Police, Clayton Fernandez, said that the short spot is an excellent tool that is working for us as it comes to response time. It comes to our control room and sends a signal to the officer's cell phone, and they don't even wait for the control room to dispatch them to the scene. It's on their phone and they respond right away, so it's very effective, and we can improve on that, Madam Speaker. A system that was started under the Free National Movement, Madam Speaker, under the Minister administration. So, Madam Speaker, but they won't say that, Madam Speaker. They won't say that at all, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, February of last year, Madam Speaker, Monroe says, Monroe hopeful crime spurt soon behind us. Monroe hopeful. The Minister of National Security said that he is hopeful that the spurt soon will be soon behind us. And spurt is soon behind us, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there's a book entitled Hope is Not a Strategy. And in this case, Madam Speaker, hope is a strategy. And the fact that the Minister of National Security, the member for Freetown, would have said that he's hopeful, Madam Speaker. And if you read, Madam Speaker, if you go into the article, Madam Speaker, the Minister of National Security, Wayne Monroe, yesterday expressed confidence that the Royal Bahamas Police Force will soon be able to get a grip on the crime wave impacting New Providence, Madam Speaker. He says, what people overlook is every year you have spurts, right, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, this right here, Madam Speaker, in our view, in the Bahamian people's view, is a level of dismissiveness, Madam Speaker.
Detached.
Absolutely.
Out of touch.
And that the Minister of National Security would be detached from the real issues of crime that's affecting the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, as they, Madam Speaker, continue again to beat their political chest, Madam Speaker, on this issue of crime, the reality of it is, Madam Speaker, I remember a few years back, former Prime Minister Perry Christie, when he was Prime Minister, and in that particular election, he said that the Bahamian people would determine absolutely on the fortunes of his government based on the crime situation in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And I do believe in this upcoming election, whether it's 2026 or in this year, the Bahamian people will use as part of its assessment what this government has done or the lack thereof on crime, Madam Speaker. And you know, Madam Speaker, I go just veer off a quick second and then I can come back. It just amazes me, Madam Speaker, that the government and their posture, Madam Speaker, right, that they have a greater sense of the comprehension of the issues that affect the Bahamian people, that they have a greater sense of political decency, that they have a greater sense, Madam Speaker, of moral clarity, that they got a greater sense of common sense, that they have a greater sense, I dare say, Madam Speaker, of courage to tackle these issues, and they are handling it right, Madam Speaker. But the truth is, Madam Speaker, you can't find them on some of these very important issues, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for example, and my good friend, the member for Yamakroa, good friend of mine, you know, I support this, his market thing on a Saturday. This is very, very good. I have to come out. Saturday coming, I'm coming, right? He is partially responsible. He is partially responsible, Madam Speaker, for the stewardship of the environment of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas in his capacity, Madam Speaker, right? But we have yet, for example, Madam Speaker, to hear about the EIA on the SpaceX program. And so as aggressive as my good brother, that member over there, always talk about, you know, accountability and what needs to be said, he is silent on the issue of the EIA. Why doesn't he stand up in here and say why the government didn't get an EIA with the SpaceX program, Madam Speaker. But you won't hear that from him, with all due respect. You won't hear him on that, Madam Speaker. But this is my point, Madam Speaker. But I digress, Madam Speaker. I digress, Madam Speaker. So the point is, Madam Speaker, as I prepare to take my seat, Madam Speaker, the member for Marcos City shared with the House that we would endeavor on this day to lay two very important documents, Madam Speaker. In March of 2022, we went to the office of the Prime Minister, which was supposed to be a meeting, but to this day we contend that it was a follow-up, Madam Speaker, and we presented to the government recommendations on crime, Madam Speaker. And in it, it addresses the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security. And we would have left with them 30-plus recommendations, Madam Speaker, which we wish to lay today, Madam Speaker. And then, when we were last in here, the member for Freetown suggested, in his eloquent way, Madam Speaker, and I'm wrapping up now, Madam Speaker, suggested in his eloquent way that we were just talking to the issue. But, Madam Speaker, we have been consisting in just not opposing, but proposing. Yes. And so would we also wish to lay, Madam Speaker, the Free National Movement in March of last year, under the direction of the leader of the Free National Movement, the leader of the opposition, member for Marcos City, tasked all 39 constituencies, Madam Speaker, to develop, Madam Speaker, through our National Community Development Committee, plans and strategies and initiatives to engage every constituency to assist in combating crime in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And so we are going to lay as well, Madam Speaker, the Free National Movement's Anti-Crime Community Initiative that was launched last year, Madam Speaker, and I've attached requisite pieces of documents, newspaper articles, to fortify this document, Madam Speaker. So we are serious, Madam Speaker, about being a part of the conversation and not just opposing on this side, but also proposing policies we believe can not only help now, but policies that we will implement when we become the next government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas under a Prime Minister Pintard, whether it's next year or anytime soon, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmani. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, I was going to say I'm amazed at the arrogance of the other side, but I'm no longer amazed. They always speak for the entire Bahamian population, without exception. Madam Speaker, this bill that is very simple seems not to be understood in a number of ways by the other side. And before I repeat it, I make it clear, because some on the other side take offense, that when I say that behavior is schizophrenic, I'm not speaking about people. I'm speaking about the act of complaining about bringing people back, paying them pension, paying them their salaries, when the majority of those people that are brought back are Royal Bahamas Police Force officers and Royal Bahamas Defense Force Marines. And so you complain about that, and then at the same time, you praise it and you say we need to bring more of them back and let them stay for later. That's really a problem that seems to indicate, Madam Speaker, that they either do not have a grasp of reality or they do not understand what this bill provides. They say they love the police, who get to stay on after they retire at a very young age. They get to keep their pensions, and they get to earn. They say look after the police, but they complain about that as something that happens. They say look after the Defense Force Marine, but they complain about that. They say it stops opportunity, and it's as if they didn't care to find out, Madam Speaker, that once you retire from the police force, you can't get promoted anymore. Once you retire from the Defense Force as a Marine, you can't get promoted anymore. So you are not holding anybody back. There is this concept, Madam Speaker, that we just heard from the Shadow Minister of National Security on the other side, that we will be picking through skill sets of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. What that overlooks, Madam Speaker, and I've said it in this place and outside of this place, the manpower audits say that the Defense Force has to double in size to efficiently do what it does. So not only does it need doctors, not only does it need engineers, it needs actual seamen who are on these vessels, driving them, throwing rope, catching rope, maintaining the vessel. They need actual infantrymen who man the stations. This concept that we are at capacity in the police force and the defense force shows a lack of understanding the reality of our situation, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, that probably explains why they didn't recruit. And so all of this talk about being serious about crime, and you let the police manpower run down, and you let the defense force manpower run down, and you let the equipment run down, and you're praising ShotSpotter that you left limited to a very small section of the island. So, Madam Speaker, they seem not to have a grasp of reality. And it continues, you know, Madam Speaker, they say they're concerned about having a housing solution. And you know, it happens, Madam Speaker, that I came here today, and today was given to me the Ministry of Housing and Urban Renewal on Friday, the 21st of March. I think that's this Friday. Yes, sir. At 4 p.m. at Sir Lyndon Pinland Estate is handing out keys to actual homes. And so,
waiting for the people.
a party whose housing policy was to point to a piece of land and to say, we're going to develop this land into lots and dog eat your lunch as you go to grass with contractors and tussle with contractors to try and get your house finished. That's their housing policy, while our housing policy is giving people keys to a completed house. And so, you know, Madam Speaker, it just amazes me. It used to amaze me, I should say, if I'm honest. I'm no longer amazed, Madam Speaker. They've shown their colors too often. And there's a reason that the color red is for danger. When you see red, that signals danger. So, Madam Speaker, we know their true color now. And you know, Madam Speaker, what is so amazing, and we have this saying, 2 is greater than 5, is we come in here, and a party that had 5 members of Parliament from Grand Bahama had amongst those members 5 ministers, had amongst those members had the Minister of Finance for almost a complete term. They complain about lack of fire resources. And you know, Madam Speaker, when they were not recruiting policemen, they were not recruiting officers to the fire branch, because they will find that in all of our recruit classes, we've recruited people to the fire branch because it's a special service. Of the 200 recruits, 100 going in New Providence, 100 going in Grand Bahama within a month or so, there are fire service officers in that squad as well. They let that run down. And so, Madam Speaker, you have this situation where fire is terrible. Hurricanes are terrible. They require planning. and now having served for 4.5 years, having left the fire service run down, in Hurricane Dorian in 2019, knowing that all of the engines are underwater, you don't buy one engine. We came to power, and we have bought three already. We have bought 3 already. So in 4.5 years, they bought none. We have bought 3.
Train none.
Now, Madam Speaker, you know what's poetic about it? What's poetic about it is the Commissioner of Police, the fire chief, are right now having visited factories in Scotland and Germany in the process of designing the proper engines for this country, not just buying stuff to buy them, taking into account the salt content of our air, taking into account the nature of our geography, and they intend to get 15, Madam Speaker, when they got none. And then they are complaining, Madam Speaker, about people just having buckets and hoses when they let the fire service run down and didn't buy a one, even when they knew every engine on Grand Bahama was underwater. And it was 5 of them. And the Minister of Finance was one of them. And now they come and say we must fix it, which we are. And so, Madam Speaker, it really behooves them who let manpower and equipment run down to now jump up on a soapbox. That really behooves them. But they do it. That's their color. Madam Speaker, we have heard, Madam Speaker, a lot of concern about the politicization of supposedly the police force, supposedly the defense force, all of this. The definition of politicization, Madam Speaker, is when the Commissioner of Police is responsible for police housing, to suggest that this Minister of National Security should be able to direct them. For them to get, as politicians, just immersed in matters involving the Commissioner of Police and don't speak to her once. And Kalani tells you she's very approachable. Even the little children could approach her. She's good, man. She's very approachable. Politicization, Madam Speaker, of the Royal Bahamas Police Force is epitomized by the FNM, who constantly try to encourage me to do something that my predecessor did, that the courts case him out for and say we should never do, which is to say interfere with the Royal Bahamas Police Force in the discharge of the administration of the force. And you know, Madam Speaker, they talk about the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, and they didn't recruit there either. And so you have officers who have been at sea for longer than they need to be. People who don't understand that you need more than specialized persons, you need actual seamen. You need a lot more Indians than chiefs, is the saying. But such is the assertion of my shadow on the other side. And you know, Madam Speaker, he threw in something that I thought was just astounding. He said to Yamakroa, why didn't Yamakroa get this EIA? And you know, Madam Speaker, I am very impressed by Miss Aisha Bose. She is a rocket scientist. She happens to be a young Bahamian rocket scientist. She was accompanied and she explained at length the steps that you take before she advised the government that it was safe for this to happen near her hometown in Exuma. So you ain't talking about no foreign white person, as one of my friends would say. You're talking about a young, black, female Bahamian. And so, Madam Speaker, sometimes you just have to listen. And so rather than jump up and assume, why you provoke him like that?
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Zimbabwe.
Madam Speaker, just to qualify and to be clear, Madam Speaker, what we are talking about is the proper government agency and the proper governmental process was not followed as far as we are concerned. What we have said as well, Madam Speaker, to rely not on the brilliant Bahamian, we're not talking about her, but to rely on other concerned parties to tell us everything will be all right. A fisherman don't call his fish stink. So we relying on interested parties to tell us that everything will be all right down there. There's no issue. But we aren't going to make sure that we cover every single base, Madam Speaker. So that was the point that we needed to make.
And, you know, Madam Speaker, he made it worse. Yeah. He made it much, much worse. Because either they weren't paying attention to what was said, because the persons who did the evaluation before and after are also young, black Bahamians. Young, black Bahamians who are educated, and they say they care about the youth. And all of these are young, black Bahamian professionals.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Zimbabwe.
Member for Freetown is usually better than this. You know, sometimes it's good to go back and forth with him because, you know, iron sharpens iron. Nobody is talking about, Madam Speaker, the involvement of Bahamians themselves. We're talking about a process, Madam Speaker, a process that was not followed, Madam Speaker. And the Bahamian people, they could sit on the side and make themselves feel good, but the Bahamian people are concerned about the program. That doesn't mean that it may not necessarily, it shouldn't happen, but they're legitimately concerned, Madam Speaker. They're still finding debris to this day. They're still finding debris in different parts of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. So people are concerned. They haven't found the engine. They haven't found the engine. Up to yesterday, Madam Speaker, Dr. Neely said, who was in charge of that department, said that they're still trying, they're still locating debris. So what's the issue? So the Bahamian people can't ask a question? They can't ask a question, Madam Speaker? So, Madam Speaker, this is my point. This is my point, Madam Speaker. Why can't the government just say and stand up, you know what? It's a legitimate concern, but this is what we're doing, ABC. You know what they say? Oh, there's nothing to worry about, nothing. The things that are dropping from the sky, it's no issue. You know, everything is under control.
Madam Speaker, you know, that was an attempt at deflection.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Yamacraw.
Speaker, point of order. I think that the member for St. Barnabas misquoted Dr. Neely. He named her in this House, and it would not be justice to allow her name to be carried in such a way in a misquote, especially on a very sensitive issue. The environmental baseline assessment study is a study that was done that has the rigors of the environmental impact. And all of the necessary information is provided in that study. And so if the good member would like to rightfully receive information that he can advise persons who would approach him about this rather than spewing some misinformation in the public that can cause panic, I would ask the good member to either meet with the doctor. I can facilitate a meeting with the environmental experts, because when we reach the sensitivity of especially matters of science is important, like medical science, environmental science is very important to get the information from the experts and be very careful about inciting any type of panic. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, honourable member.
People can be concerned. It's how you respond to it. And the response really should be to point to these persons who are speaking. And I identify identify them as young black Bahamian professionals who are very qualified, who we paid to get there, we can rely on our own. So we're not relying on, as the people would say, foreign white people to tell us just to do things. And that is the point. So if we really care about young black Bahamians, we should trust them to use their judgment. And so, Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot from them about crime. We've heard from the administration who, in essence, shut down the youth programs. Madam Speaker, I hear my junior from his seat, and I will correct that. We heard from His Majesty's loyal opposition a lot about crime. The very opposition, when in government, didn't pay good attention to the social programs left in place, and now want to know what are we doing. Well, Madam Speaker, what we're doing can be seen. Urban renewal is back. The authority is there. And you know, I made a mistake when we were opening the Nassau Village Community Center. I said they did one community center in 4.5 years, and we did one in 3 years. But it was pointed out to me that when the community center concept came up under the Citizen Safety Security Program, we did 2 in a year, twice as many as they did in 3 years, and many more are on the way. We are happy that they now buy into the 5-pillar strategic approach to addressing crime and instructing their branches to participate in prevention. They participate with everyone else. We will continue to stress that the solution to crime is all of government, all of society, and we will not be distracted. Madam Speaker, this bill will permit the Defense Force to retain, as it is undermined, Marines who are still fit to serve after they reach the age of 58, 59, as the current bill permits that, the current act permits them to serve to 60. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly support it. I wholeheartedly support a bill that calls for the return of pensioners of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force to the age of 60, where they will receive their pensions and their pay, something the other side has to determine whether they oppose or support. And so for that reason, Madam Speaker, I support this bill. I support the brave men and women of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, and I would ask for the question to be put.
Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. 94. Thank you. A bill for an act to amend the Defense Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Defense Act.
Further second readings?
No further second readings. I would move, Madam Speaker, that the House now dissolve into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker and the Chair.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker and the Chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
Committee of the Whole.
Defense Amendment Bill 2025. Mr. Chairman, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
And I move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that Clause 1, the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The short title of the bill is agreed.
And I move that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Chairman, that the House do resume with the Speaker in the chair.
It has been moved and seconded that the Speaker do now take the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The Speaker will now take the chair.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bill, having made no amendments thereto. Third reading?
Madam Speaker, I now move for the third reading and passing of the Defense Amendment Bill 2025.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Defense Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Defense Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Defense Amendment Act 2025. Further third readings?
No further third readings.
Order that the clerk to take the bill passed by the House today to the Honorable Senate for their concurrence. We will now revert back to the order of business. Consideration of Senate amendments. There is a Senate amendment, number 23, and the message reads, message to the Speaker and members of the Honorable House of Assembly from the President and honorable members of the Senate. The Honorable Senate acquaints the Honorable House of Assembly that they have passed the following bill, accompanying messages number 33, dated 29th of January, 2025, from the Honorable House of Assembly, having made the following amendment. Stamp Amendment Bill 2025. Clause of the bill 2. Amendment to be made by the deletion of the word fourth, appearing A immediately before the words schedule to the Stamp Act, and B immediately before the words schedule to number 22 of 2024 in the head note of this clause. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do adopt the amendment by the Senate.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adopt the following amendment. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House has now adopted the amendments to the said bill. Back to the order of business. Oh, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Samaras. Order that the documents be brought up. Yamakra, are you ready to? Order that the document be brought up. Order that the document from St. Barnabas be laid on the table. Thank you, honorable member. Order the document be brought up. Thank you. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge.
To lay on the table documents that I referred to in my communication last Wednesday.
Yes.
Well, Wednesday, the 5th of March.
Yes.
Yes.
Order that the documents be brought up. Thank you. Order the documents to lie on the table. I'm also ordering that the amendments to lie on the table as well. Thank you. Back to the order of business, resolutions, member statements. The chair recognizes the honorable member Foxhill.
Mrs. Anita Wilmot runs the empowerment program at the L.W. Young. Sorry. Yeah. Mrs. Anita Wilmot runs the empowerment and entrepreneurship program for boys and girls at L.W. Young. And they were having an exhibition this morning of the products that they've made. And one of them is out of this coconut shell, and it's got embossed on it the name of the Minister of Agriculture, which they sent as a gift. I have one as well. And they sent this necklace for the Minister of Education. And she said, make sure, she said, that you show this in the House of Assembly. So now that I've done it, my job is secure. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Yamacraw.
Madam Speaker, the grade 9 class of same school, L.W. Young, they would have invited me to their craft class on Friday and taught me how to make a nice bracelet that I'm wearing. This is students, grade 9 of L.W. Young, and they are learning entrepreneurial skills, and they would have taught me how to make a bracelet, which they gave me and took some photos. So I just want to commend that class and the school, the principal, and the teachers for doing an excellent job with those students there. We can highlight on the record that is added to their collection of gifts that they would have rendered to House members this afternoon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Snacks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On my way into Parliament today, I was confronted by an alarming situation. End of last year, it might have even been in January of this year, there's a gentleman that was knocked down on Wolf Road, obviously a gentleman suffering from mental illness, that despite the Wolf Road police station being in the area, no one interrupted his actions, and I guess there was no facility that he could have been taken to. But this morning, coming in just before Princess Margaret Hospital, there was another mentally ill individual fidgeting about in the road, and I was able to secure a photograph of him. This gentleman tapped on the glass of the police vehicle, the truck. There was at least 3 officers in the truck because one was in the back row of the cab. He tapped on the glass, he looked at them, the police looked at him. He then made his way to the back flatbed of the truck, ended up throwing something that he had in his hands into the truck. The police looked at him a little bit longer and then continued on their way down the road. At the moment of the police vehicle departing from his hip, he noticed a individual jogging on the sidewalk in front of Princess Margaret Hospital and himself took off in a jogging pattern down the middle of the road. But these individuals that have mental issues, Madam Speaker, not just the homeless persons that otherwise stay out of trouble, but the ones that end up in the middle of the road and being a nuisance to the public, but also being a danger to themselves. As I said, there was a case in January on Wolf Road. They should really be given an opportunity to be medicated appropriately and be in proper accommodations, Madam Speaker. I would also like to take this opportunity in my member's statement to advise members of the Great St. Anne's constituency, which borders Fox Hill, that the Sapphire Sunset Ridge Park, which is maintained by Parks and Beaches Authority in terms of weed whacking, has had renovation improvements done to all of the park equipment that is there. And so the swing set, the bars, the slide, all have been repainted, refurbished. All of the benches that surround that park, Madam Speaker, have had the wood removed. The wood has been refurbished and stained and replaced. And the great member of Parliament for that constituency, the young man, not a 60-year-old like some, Madam Speaker, but the young man will be there on Thursday to walk the area and hopefully bring awareness to residents that that is another park within the constituency that has seen improvements during this last term. Some may think it's distasteful because I said young man, not 60, but 60 was actually part of today's debate. You know, you have people that obviously wear underpants a little too tight for their waist, and that shouldn't be constraining my debate and my contribution. You see? That's the man that will get on the microphone all the time and tell the world that I have nature's passport, that I have nature's passport. You know, you gotta take your licks when they come. You know, you can't be so sensitive. You can't be so sensitive. You can't be so sensitive. I know what I am. I know what I am. I don't need you to tell me.
Members,
He's saying that I'm guilty now, Madam Speaker. This good man that's hardly in the country tells me I'm guilty. If we were to go through the record, Madam Speaker, if we were to go through the record, Madam Speaker, there's little back and forth when people don't interrupt. When people interrupt, then automatically a back and forth begins. So if adult people would learn how to not interrupt one another, Madam Speaker, then we would all get along much better. But again, I'll reiterate, we have mentally ill people, Madam Speaker, mentally ill people that are not receiving attention in public spaces. When the former good member for West Grand Bahama, was here, he passed legislation, Madam Speaker, that authorized the Royal Bahamas Police Force, when they saw a person with a mentally ill condition in a public space, to remove them from that space. The intent obviously was that they would be taking them somewhere besides the police station cell, which is not the plight that the police should be left in. We should have increased facilities now for those with mental illnesses, Madam Speaker. If the Ministry of Social Services, Ministry of Health could look into that, Madam Speaker, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Nassau Village.
Speaker. So I've been getting multiple calls commending the Empowerment Hour at the Nassau Village Community Center, right? Yeah. Now, constituents would have seen persons conducting culinary art, bread baking, sewing, fitness regimes put on by the Empowerment Hour and their experts there. And I would just like to inform Bahamians nationally that there is no age requirement. You just need to come to the community center in Nassau Village and simply attend the classes. It's not exclusive or restrictive in any which way or solely for Nassau Villagers. So I invite all persons to take advantage of all of the programs being offered, and that's backyard farming, healthy living styles, sewing club, sign language, American Sign Language classes, bread making, money management, men and women's club, career planning, know your rights, entrepreneurial skills, Let's Read Bahamas, food processing, your mental health, dressings for success, and you and your environment, all ages, all abilities, completely free, no cost to anyone. Just a reminder and just to update all Bahamians on what's going on in the Nassau Village constituency. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Appointment of select committees. Instruction to select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
I renew all notices on behalf of the government.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Kalani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I give notice that next sitting attempt to ask the following questions. Question for the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, San Salvador, Prime Minister, the Honourable Philip Davis. Madam Speaker, I know that the Honourable Prime Minister will take responsibility for all press statements that are released by his office. Hence, I am duty-bound to ask him several more questions about Bahamas Mooring Limited. In a press statement dated February 23, 2025, the government of the Commonwealth of Bahamas stated that Bahamas Moorings Limited, a Bahamian company in which the government holds equity, has been granted a seabed lease to install 253 moorings at key locations throughout the Exuma Keys. Based on this statement, Mr. Prime Minister, please let the Bahamian people know how many shares of the Bahamian government hold in Bahamas Moorings Limited. It's critical that you answer this question because any share that our government holds are in trust for the Bahamian people. Question number two. Question number two for the member of Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, Prime Minister the Honorable Philip Davis. Please produce the evidence to show that the government of Bahamas actually holds shares in this company, or the Bahamian people will believe that your office was not being truthful with them. Question number three. Question for the member of Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, Prime Minister Honorable Philip Davis. As a prudent shareholder of a company, did the government of Bahamas insist on appointing some of the officers of Bahamas Moorings Limited to protect the interests of the Bahamian people? And question number four, if so, who are these officers? Question number five, if not, why not? Question number six. Question number six for the member of Cat Island, Rumkey, San Salvador, Prime Minister the Honorable Philip Davis. How is it possible that the government of the Bahamas permitted a company in which it admittedly had equity to commence preliminary activities under the lease agreement prior to the group receiving all the required approvals, as you admitted in the same statement? And question number seven, why was the same to the Honorable Prime Minister, why was the government of Bahamas careless in its duty to the Bahamian people by not being aware that a company that it had equity in had broken the law by commencing preliminary activities under the lease prior to the group receiving all of the required approvals? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order the notices brought up.
Madam Speaker, we renew all notices in the name of the opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Wow. New day. Order the notices to line the table. Adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House on its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, the 26th of March at 10 a.m.
Second.
Thank you, honorable members. It's been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn to Wednesday, 26th of March, 2025 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned to Wednesday, 26th of March, 2025 at 10 a.m. Final adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I now move that the House do adjourn to Wednesday, the 26th of March at 10 a.m.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House now stands adjourned to Wednesday, 26th of March, 2025 at 10 a.m.
All rise!